Hello, hello, hello. We do this every year, you guys. Hello, welcome to Dublin Comic Con. Much better. I'm Olivia Fahy. I am the editor of Geek Ireland, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the main auditorium for our guest Q&As. And also, if you like my shirt, you can actually buy your own down on the merch desk on level 1, so be sure to check it out there as well. In the meantime, maybe don't go right yet, because we have our first guest of the day. She is one of our favourite Power Rangers. Please put your hands together for Alison Sullivan!
Howdy, guys. Thanks. This is a really big room.
Now, would you like to sit together, or are you happy one-on-one? Whichever you like.
I mean, I'm a cuddler. You can come close to me.
Perfect.
That's fine.
Let's do this then. We'll get cozy. How you doing?
I am great. Thank you.
Should we pop that there,
I'm
actually?
put my helmet down. Just so you guys know who I am. Because there's a lot of us blonde, yellow Power Rangers.
So I was reading up all about you before this interview, and I was like, oh, so you're from LA, but you actually live in Ireland.
Yes, aren't I lucky?
You are. But do you miss the weather?
Well, at my age, no, because I lived for decades in really oppressive heat. Like last year was my last year in Los Angeles, and it was like I think it's 35. We don't use your degrees like, here, but I think it was like 35 for like 8 or 9 months. It was very uncomfortable. So, and I live in the sunny Southeast. So I get a lot of sun too in Ballymoney. If you guys know where Ballymoney is, in Gorey, Wexford. Yeah. Awesome.
Lovely part of the country.
Yes, I am very lucky, and so I think I get more sunshine than you do in Dublin, if that's correct.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
And
so I'm doing okay.
I love also that you've adapted a few Irishisms as well.
Okay, so I've been married to a man from the Black Rock Monkstown border for 18 years. And I've been hanging out with people from Dublin since I was 21. And it's my birthday next week. I'm turning 47. So it's been a minute that I've been hanging out with Irish people. So I might have a little Irish brogue. It's really bad, but trying to keep my own accent so I don't sound like a phony. So
it's all good. We'd never accuse you of being a phony. You've lived here long enough, in fairness.
8 months, okay. I will take it.
So in terms of your career, of course, we have Power Rangers, but is it true that you were the first person to play a Barbie in a commercial? To play Barbie, the character?
Yes, when I was 17.
That is amazing. What were you doing?
Well, I started acting when I was 8, and so I did commercials. And when I was 17, I got cast to play Locket Surprise Barbie. And it wasn't a very popular Barbie because the chest of the actual Barbie figure opened up, and it had a mirror on it, and it had makeup inside of Barbie, like of her chest cavity. So I think that kind of weirded kids out a little bit, that Barbie's chest opened up and there was makeup inside of it. But yeah, so, and then of course, years later, the gorgeous Margot Robbie played Barbie. So I try not to, take too much credit, because she did such an amazing job. But yes, first human to portray Barbie.
That is so cool. And now I'm kind of thinking that they missed a trick by not having you come in to play that Barbie in the weird Barbie house where they had like all the discontinued Barbies. Do you guys remember that scene? Oh, the very quiet yes.
That would have been fun.
That would have been fun.
This is the /nap room / check out the no, I'm totally joking. Naps are great, so I'm cool with it if it's needed.
So in terms of Power Rangers, I heard you went and auditioned a few times, but there was something kind of interesting about the experience when you were auditioning. Is it like, did you have to just do the same scene over and over again?
Oh wow, lots of homework was done there.
Yeah,
oh my gosh. Yeah. So for the Power Rangers, I mean, the acting is somewhat important. I don't know your opinions on our acting. I see some smiles, some smirks. So basically, they gave us all, reading for all the different roles in Wild Force, the exact same like 4 lines, right? Which is normally, that's not really done. Like they want to see your personality and they want to see, you in playing that character. But no, so we all read the same lines, and I was told that I was reading to be a princess. So for Princess Shayla, not for a ranger. And the studio was 35 miles from my house. You guys don't use miles, but that's quite far. But they had me go 6 times to read the exact same lines. And they would put it on tape each time, and I couldn't figure out why they had me keep coming back when they already had it on tape, the same line 6
Did
times.
they lose it or something?
Yeah, I'm like, I think they're just forgetting that they've seen me because, and so by the 6th time, I said, I'm not going to go back and read because it's just 70 miles each time, and I'm waiting there for hours. And my agent called, and I said, look, I'm never reading for Power Rangers ever again. I'm just not going to do it. And she said, well, that's fine because you've been cast as the Yellow Ranger. And I was like, I'm going to be a ranger? Like, really? And yeah, so 21 years later, we're here now.
And had you been a fan of the franchise beforehand? Because, of course, this is from, am I right in saying 2002 was when they first aired?
Yes. Well, so I was born in 1977. And so, I think that I was 14 when the show started, I think. So I was more into boys and sleeping in on Saturday mornings than waking up and watching the show. But I did, and to bring up Jason, JDF, but I did do a show, and if you ever want a good laugh, if you are a Power Ranger fan, on YouTube, if you want to see Jason and I, the year before I booked the Power Rangers, I booked a show called MTV's Undressed. And you can picture what that was about. And I got to film for 5 days with just he and I. And he was such a gentleman, and he was so lovely. And he was, it was just he and I for 5 days shooting 60 pages, just he and I. And so if you want a good laugh, you can see the White and the Yellow Ranger making out a lot.
Oh,
just some
funny
trivia there for you.
And actually, Jason was a guest of ours in 2019, I want to say. So it's kind of nice that, your experience with Jason is like, because you're, I think, the only 2 Rangers that we've had at Comic-Con.
No way. Really?
I think that's right.
Well, I have so many Power Ranger friends from all the seasons. So I will tell them to get their buns out here to come in and meet you.
Do, because we're
for
awesome.
Sure. Yes, you are awesome. Yes, and I was here actually last August doing a panel with Lightning Strike Comics, and I just loved the con, and I was like, "Can I come and be a guest next year?"
And we said yes,
yes,
you can.
Yes.
So, what was it about Taylor that you enjoyed so much to play her? Because you definitely seem to have a lot of fun with the character.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's a great question. Well, I'd been acting since I was 8, and I'd been on TV shows. I mean, normally I think because I'm blonde and I look like I'm gonna kind of be a bitch, that I normally play kind of bitchy roles, and Taylor starts off pretty bitchy. Sorry if I'm cursing. But what was different about it is that she was not shallow. She was not just like the mean girl in school. Or the rich mean girl. She was an Air Force pilot. And like that to me was, at 24, being able to play such a strong female character, and start off as the team leader, which was, it doesn't happen often with us girls on Power Rangers. I just felt really blessed, and to get to wear a real G suit and sit in a real F-16 was really cool. So yeah, I feel really lucky that I got to play Taylor.
That's awesome. And after you've been cast, I'm assuming that there was probably a lot of prep work that goes into before you get to set and start shooting. So what was that preparation like?
Well, none of us knew anything about our characters literally till we started shooting. Like, we had no, you're playing this type of person and they're like this. They didn't tell us anything. We basically just, okay, shooting is starting. Here's your script. but we did have 2 weeks of fight and stunt training that we got so beaten up by all the stuntmen. They tortured us for 2 weeks. I hated that so much. And actually, some trivia, our Black Ranger was switched. Our Iron Bison was switched right before our first shoot day. So we went through training with a completely different person who was awesome. And then our first shoot day, we get to set, and then there's Jack Guzman. And we're like, what the freaking frack? Where's Chili? And no explanation, just he's your new Black Ranger. We're like, okay. I mean, Jack is, and he is so much fun. So that was great. But he got to miss out on 2 weeks of getting totally beaten up and tortured by our stuntmen. So we don't let him live that down.
And rightly so. So then you finally do all get to set after all of this prep work. So what was the first day like?
It was, wow. Okay. So it was 21 years ago. Trying to, it was fun. I think one of the very first shoot days actually was the scene that I have to punch Rick. So Cole isn't coming with us. He doesn't want to come. So I get to punch him and say, what do I say? Oh, sorry, Jungle Boy, you've just been drafted. And I'd never hit a fellow actor on set before. And he's like, punch me as hard as you can, Allie.
So you really hit him. It wasn't like a stage slap or something like that.
Oh no, Rick's like, Allie, punch me as hard. I mean, he had abs of steel, so it wasn't like, I doubt I hurt him, but he wanted it to look real. He was very method. So, and I had a lot of stand and cross your arm. So looking very unhappy. So yeah, it was really fun.
And I think also, like looking back at some of the episodes nowadays, when you were actually filming it, was there ever any like scene or sequence where you're kind of like, oh my God, like this is totally ridiculous. How is this going to like transfer onto the screen kind of thing?
Well, oftentimes we had to run from large explosions. And normally I was worried that I was just going to look like I was scared out of my mind running as fast as I possibly could, knowing that there were going to be flames and heat behind me, and that I had to run and like fall on rocks and twigs. So really it was like me trying to look like I wasn't scared and like I was badass instead of like, oh my God, please don't catch on fire. Like, please.
It's a good worry to have, in fairness. It's like, please don't catch fire.
And then just like, 2 females and then 3 males, like the boys obviously run a lot faster than we do. And like, we're all supposed to run together and look like, like tough all together. And like, so just like trying to keep up with them and like, just trying to look tough. But then you look at me and you're like, yeah, right. So
what I love is about the franchise as a whole is that it keeps getting all of these kind of like new rebirths. And at the moment, am I right in saying that Taylor has been reborn in comic form?
Yes, I was so excited. And I have some of the comics at my table. Ooh. And if no one takes them home, I'm just going to keep them all. Because, so my friend, Melissa Flores, for Boom Studios, is the head writer. And when I met her the other year at San Diego Comic-Con, we made friends. And I knew that she was going to be the head writer. And I was like, do not ask her to put you in it. Do not ask her to put you in it. Don't, just she's going to do what she's going to do.
Be put in it.
Right? Like, and then I was excited because then I got like text going, Allie, like from Jack, who plays our Iron Bison. He's like, Allie, we're in the comic. So yeah. And like, I think the rest of my cast is killed in it. Does that happen?
I think I
anyone
did
read
that
it?
somewhere.
Yeah. But do they get to come back at some point? I mean, that's like
You just have to keep reading to find out.
okay, yeah. But yeah, so we're finally in the comic. So I was very grateful, and I text her. I'm like, honey, thanks for putting Wild Force in.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
so exciting. And actually, I'm so glad that you brought this out with you because I need to ask, is that your original helmet or is that a
No.
replica?
no. That's a replica that I've totally beaten up in my suitcases traveling. You know, some little trivia. We never put our helmets on once.
Really?
Never wore a helmet. Never. We held our helmets, I think, 3 times, and I think we wore our spandex maybe 3 times. So yeah, it was always the stuntman, and my stuntman Tomo would wear a padded bra and a padded butt when he would dress up in his spandex because I'm curvy. And yeah, and he would be there putting it on right in front of us, and he was totally proud. And I'm like, dude, you're so awesome. Thank you for like making it so I don't look like a total dude as Taylor, you know, because looks a little different in the spandex.
Just a little bit. So, in terms of like any props and things like that, was there anything that you kind of stole from the set that you have hiding in your house somewhere?
I didn't steal. I actually was given my dog tags, and I have them with me here today. And they actually say Taylor Earhart on them, and I think it's First Lieutenant or something. Like they're amazing. If anyone wants to see them, I'm happy to show them to you. They gave us our costumes and our vests. They didn't give us the spandex. I didn't get spandex, and I got 0 toys. I'm not very crafty when it comes to stealing. So, and they kind of had most of it under serious lock and key. But yeah, but I at least got my costume.
That's good. So when you
Yeah.
say you didn't get any toys, does that mean that you never got any of like the merch? Because I
Nope.
think like Power Rangers is kind of nearly on par with the likes of like Transformers and
Yeah.
maybe not as quite as big as Star Wars, but definitely getting there. But it is vast and amazing. And to hear that you didn't get any, I'm like, that's really rude.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't. So I have some morphers and some crystals at my table, but those were actually gifted from fans.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really nice. I feel very spoiled. But yeah, so no, I think Princess Shayla was given some of the spandex because she was auctioning them off for I'm sorry, I am so tired. I'm sorry. Took a sleeping pill last night, and so I'm like a little for charity. That's the word. Wow. Yeah, she's a super lovely human. So they gave them to her so she could do that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
And now, like, literally, you get to travel around the world and still like chat about Power Rangers. Did you think when you were actually doing the show that you would still be talking about it to this day?
No. I didn't even know that we had fans. I didn't know that our show was watched by anybody. And then I think a decade later, Power Morphicon. Have you guys ever been to Power Morphicon? Anybody in Los Angeles? Okay. It's basically like Disneyland for a Power Ranger fan. It's like Power Ranger heaven. They kept contacting me going, can you please come? And I don't think I have any fans. They're like, no, Wild Force has fans. I'm like, I don't think so. And then I went, and all these fans were loved Power Rangers, Wild Force, and I went like, oh, okay. So yeah.
That's so awesome. Well, actually, speaking of fans, I think it's time that we open it up to the floor. So if anybody wants to ask Alison a question, we have some microphones. We've got 2 in the middle there, and we've got 2 sort of closer to the front here. So do we have a runner to a microphone? Amazing. So
Hi.
we'll go down back right here first, and then we'll come to yourself, all right?
Hello, my name's Lee. I was a
hi, Lee.
huge Power Rangers fan in childhood. Dino Thunder was my favorite, but Wild Force was
Awesome.
still very good. I have to ask, was it fun to film the Time Force team up, and how did you feel that you didn't get a chance to team up with Ninja Storm?
Great question. Hi, Lee.
Hello.
We got really lucky that we got to team up with Time Force. It's one of the best seasons, in my
Absolutely.
opinion.
Yeah.
And they're also, just as people, they're so much fun. And we'd been shooting for many months already, so it was nice to kind of have some other fresh, fresh blood on set. And the writing was so great. I felt for those two episodes. And I got to film with Vernon Wells. And I don't know if you guys have seen Mad Max here or Weird Science, but like, I fangirled so hard on set when he showed up and I was acting with him. I had zero clue. So I just fangirled, and he loves that I fangirl on him all the time. And yeah, we were really bummed that we didn't get to have that team up. Our season was Union. And then when they moved to New Zealand, it was a non-union show again. So they didn't bring us out.
Yeah, that
So
sucks because
it really sucked for us. Yeah.
Because obviously I've seen like the fan edits on YouTube, like the Ninja Storm and Wild Force crossover looks like so cool from the Sentai.
Someone did that? Oh,
yeah, it's on YouTube.
Sorry. Okay. Why I've never watched that.
No, they're cool. They're cool edits to watch, actually. I want to ask, actually, have you met anyone from Dino Thunder?
I think I've met probably from every single season and have friends from almost every season doing Power Morphicon, and just from traveling with the Rangers from the other seasons. Yeah. I mean, it is such a family, and we're all quite different ages. So like some of us could be the mommies of some of the newer Rangers.
There's an idea.
No. I mean, I'm not ready for that. But yeah, and then the Power Ranger fandom and the Rangers, I feel like it's all one big family. So yeah, they're super nice people. Hopefully you will get to meet some of them.
I'd love to meet Kevin Duhaney. Like he seems like such a funny guy.
So he and I and Jeff did Yorkshire Comic Con like 8 or 9 years ago or something. Yeah. He is such a sweetheart.
He seems, and Jeffrey Pratzel played Trent, like amazing character.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, they are very fun guys, and hopefully maybe they'll come here next year.
I hope so. And Taylor,
I will text them and say, check out Dublin Comic Con.
Thanks very much. And Taylor was a really good character too, and the suit is awesome. Wild Force, I think, has the second best suits to Dino Thunder. So
really awesome.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you too, Lee. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you.
Have fun today.
Next question up front here.
Hi, Alison.
Hi.
Nice to meet you anyway. And name's Niall. And I
Nice
thought
to meet you.
I'd try asking you about choreography when it comes to Power Rangers, because as the show is very intense when it comes to its action, and most of it's pretty well executed for an excellent season. And I'm wondering, how does that fit in with you guys as main actors? Because obviously you have the stunt team, but when would you guys actually be brought in as to either just fill in the acts for you being like actually on camera versus the stunt team?
That's a great question. Whenever you see our faces, and I'm very specific about saying faces, because you'll see me in a scene and I'll be fighting, and then suddenly I'll do a flip and a roundhouse kick, but you don't see my face. That was Mikoto, and wearing a blonde wig, making me look much cooler than I could ever look. So it's only when you see our faces is when that's us. We did actually wear the spandex, like I said, I think maybe 3 times. And then I think one of those scenes was actually even cut out. So you don't really see us in it much, but the stuntmen need to get a lot more credit. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate
Great,
that.
great
So-
question. Thanks, Now.
No worries. You're absolutely amazing. I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now
Have a
we're going to
great
go
con.
over here.
Hi, Alison. Pleased to meet you. My name's John.
Hi, John.
What I want to know is Cole done Forever Red.
Yeah.
So would you want there to be like a Forever Yellow or like another color specific episode or like another Wild Force Once and Forever or something like that?
That's a great question. I am very close with a lot of the female yellows. And we've talked about this so many times, wishing that there was a Forever Yellow. I think yellows tend to be pretty strong characters and pretty strong leaders in their own rights. So 100%. Yes, I would go to the gym and train and be tortured all over again just to be a part of that. Definitely. Thanks for that great
Thanks very
question,
much.
John.
Wild Access.
Wild access.
Thanks. We're going to go back down here, the guy in green.
Hi, my name's James. I was just wondering, where do you think your team or the Wild Force Rangers are now, like
Hi-
20
hi,
years
James.
after?
That's a great question. I like to think that Taylor is sort of like Top Gun, and Taylor is training at the Air Force, and she's like Tom Cruise, and she's training new fighter pilots. I don't think Taylor married Eric. I think they just had a little flirtation. And I do think that Taylor is probably meeting up still every day with her Eagle Zord. And as far as my cast, Alyssa probably grew up and she's probably, well, she was a preschool teacher, but maybe she went and now she's a professor in college. The boys probably, maybe they have like a travel company because they traveled quite a bit at the end. Cole, maybe he has like an animal sanctuary, right?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. And right here.
Hello, Alison. It's great to see you at Dublin Comic Con.
Thank
You're actually
you.
the second year of range I got to talk to, and I feel so very privileged.
Awesome. Who was the first?
I can't think of her name. She was Mighty Morphin, Aisha, the girl that played Aisha.
Oh, yes.
Can't think of her name. Sorry.
Nakia?
Yeah. But anyhow, the question is, I'm just wondering, do you ever have a funny moment from the show? Maybe that was maybe not showing or something like that, or your
Funny
favorite maybe
moments.
kind of monster that you fought.
Well, there were probably many because we had lots of pyro on set. So there were lots of explosions, and sometimes they would put them next to us. They would put these little explosives next to us. So just like times when we were all like, we really hope this doesn't go off and get in my eyes, or like, or times that they would say, okay, you guys have to run as fast as you possibly can because there's going to be a huge explosion. And just us like, oh shit, like we have to run. And then like feeling the heat and hearing this, and then like just trying to keep faces on that don't look like we're in, extreme terror. What else? I don't know, probably like the episode where we're bowling, and just I'm kind of not great at that, and like just like some like times when we're like trying to look like cool rangers, and then we just end up like feeling like dorks and not looking very cool and just laughing at ourselves, really. Yeah. Thanks for the question. So
Thank you. Well, look, before we let you go, my last question. Looking back on it all now, what has been like the biggest takeaway or the biggest highlight for you from the show?
Thank you. And thanks for all the great questions. Highlight. Actually, this, 21 years later, hearing all the stories, having fans come up and say that the show really help them during like really hard times in their youth, when they were being bullied in school or they were lonely, and they could come home and they could watch the show and feel like they had, had friends in us, and give them some hope in humanity. Because, being a kid is quite hard, and there's always bullying, right? Even grown-ups, we bully each other, right? But just getting to meet you now and know that something that I did 21 years ago from my heart made you happy and made you smile, and it still makes you smile, that you want to even come and talk to me about it. Like, how freaking lucky am I? And I've done lots of TV shows, and I've been, acting since 1986, but this show seems to really have struck a chord with people and touched your hearts, and that is the biggest gift to me. So I feel really grateful to have been a part of it. So thanks for listening and coming over.
Thank you so much for joining us.
For having
And
me.
ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alison Sullivan.
Thank you. That for you too.
Stay tuned, and we're going to be back on at 1:00 for Emily Rudd's panel. Thanks very much.
Have a great time, guys. Thank you. That was great.
Hello, hello, hello. Every year. Hello, welcome to Dublin Comic Con. Much better. My name is Olivia Fahy. I am the editor of Geek Ireland, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Auditorium for our special Q&A with Emily Rudd. Before we get started, I just want to say, if you like our t-shirt, we are now selling merch. It's only taken Geek Ireland 10 years to get our merch sorted out. So if interested, you can head down to level 1 to the merch desk and you'll be able to get your hands on some of our items there. But without further ado, please put your hands together for her first European convention appearance, Emily Rudd.
Hi. Oh, hey. Oh my God, everybody goes all the way up. What's up, gang?
I know this is a really big room.
Yeah, I'm like, geez. Good God, I feel like I'm like in a college, like I'm a professor and I'm supposed to give a lecture. I'm not
Right,
going to do that.
Off
though.
you go. You're going to teach us all the wonders of One Piece.
Yeah, and I will, and I will.
You
Not
will.
that they need it. I know there's so many fans here. I can see all the straw hats of the Nami wig. We love it.
So how are you finding? Because this, like I said, this is your first European
Yeah,
convention. So
yeah.
how are you finding it?
I love it. I love it. I mean, it's been, I was telling some fans earlier that it's been over 15 years, I think, since I've been in Dublin. Because my mom, if you see a like the most perfect curly haired woman in the world, it's probably my mom. She's somewhere here. But she grew up in Portrans, so we used to visit family. And once I got the offer to come here, I was like, absolutely, I don't care. I'll do it for free. Just like let me come to Dublin. I want to go so bad. So I feel very, very happy to be here and have this be my first.
That's awesome. I actually live up by there now
Are you kidding me?
myself. Yeah. So have you picked up any Irishisms over the years or any
Here's
certain terms of phrase?
go on with you. Yeah, and a nice cuppa,
Nice cup of potato sandwich.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else. I don't know. Those are the main ones that I go on with you. Yeah.
So am I right in saying that you actually started your acting career in the theater when you were still living? Am I right in saying Minnesota? Was it?
Yeah, I was in Minnesota. I did like the first half of my life was in Minnesota, and then we moved out to a very small town in Wisconsin, and they had a community theater there. And so I started doing like summer musicals where it was directed by the town eye doctor. Like it's a very small town, maybe 1,500 people. But it was an amazing way to get into it. And I don't think if we hadn't moved out there, I don't think I would have started acting. So just having that opportunity and such a solid community to allow me to explore that it pretty much once I started it, I was locked in. I was like, oh no, this is what I'm doing.
Fab. And then when you moved to LA, that was kind of when you made the shift from stage to screen. So
Yeah.
how was that for you? Because I'd say a lot of people do find it kind of jarring to, instead of having like these big movements on stage, they have to kind of like make it a bit smaller because the camera's going to pick it up better.
Totally. I didn't find it necessarily to be a crazy adjustment. I just found it, you're like, oh, you have to just be a normal human being. And then there's also a camera there. But it was very exciting. I always wanted to do it, but I never really, it always kind of seemed like a pipe dream sort of thing, right? Like you're moving from a small town to Los Angeles where everyone in the world wants to be an actor. And you're like, how can it possibly be me? Like, what are the chances? So I feel very, very lucky. It's not to say that there wasn't hard work involved, but it was a whole lot of luck. I feel very, very grateful that I was able to do that transition.
And before you kind of got one of your breakout roles, you worked a lot of music videos. Am I right?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
It's all good. I've also been in a music video as well.
Oh,
So
good.
when I was
Okay,
a-
awesome.
when I
Okay,
was
we're
a
in it
kid,
together. We're in it
so
together.
Yeah, it's all good. I understand the kind of cringe of yes.
You're like, yes, I'm in the music video or a few. Yes.
Which ones?
Oh gosh.
I will say I did try and figure it out beforehand. Just to
Did
be
you
like,
find out?
I didn't, and because I was even be
Oh.
like, oh, we could even play them in the back. No, it wouldn't.
Nope.
Play them.
Yeah, and we can put them right up here, and we can sit here and we can watch it. I guess like the most notable one, I was in a Justin Bieber music video. It was that song he did with DJ Snake called "Let Me Love You." So it was me and my friend Tommy, and we did that, and that was kind of the main one when people were like, "Oh my God, Justin Bieber," and I'm like, "Yeah, I guess I don't know," but yeah, I did a bunch of them. I can't even remember all of the ones that I did, but there was quite a few.
And because they're filmed over like such a short period of time, I'd say once you actually started working on like other shows and things, you were like, oh, this is much more relaxed.
Yeah, totally. It is. For whatever reason, music videos, even though you're filming for like a day, maybe two, it is so high stress and you feel like you're constantly racing against the clock. Like, can we get this done? Okay, we have to get this shot done. Come on, come on, come on. And you're like, oh God, okay, yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. And you get that a little bit on set, but like everyone is such a professional, usually on most sets that you kind of, there's only like a handful of days where you're like, oh, we're running a little behind. Otherwise it runs smooth, especially with One Piece. That was easily the best on-set experience that I've ever had. I mean, and obviously like I love the material, but just the people were amazing and so good at their job. So they really helped the show come together.
Oh, that's fab. And before we get on to One Piece, you actually also starred in another really popular Netflix appearance in Fear Street alongside Sadie Sink.
Yeah.
How was that? Because she, of course, you're both gone on to other franchises within the Netflix family. So what was it like
Totally.
working with her?
She's amazing. She's so sweet. It was like the audition process. I ended up, the last step, they call it screen testing. And so it was like me and one other girl for Cindy, and then Sadie and one other girl for Ziggy. And it was kind of one of those weird situations where I read with the other girl first, and it was lovely, and she was so good. But getting into the room with Sadie, it was this weird, this sounds so heady and actory, but like it was this automatic connection sort of thing where I was like, I just want to protect this girl. And I remember hugging her in the audition, and I hadn't done that with the other girl, but it was just this like impulse that I had. And she made me feel so comfortable, and she's so grounded, so down to earth, so funny. And she really did just kind of become my little sister. Like, she would steal my phone when I was doing a scene, and she's still sitting in the chair, and I would just have this spam of like 50 photos of her, just like, you know, phone down here, chin tucked. Like, it's great. I still have those. I love them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she's dope.
And of course, with it being your first big job, what was it like sort of stepping onto the set for the first time?
It was nerve-wracking. I mean, I'd filmed a handful of things before that, but it was my first film, because everything else I'd done before was television, and so it definitely had a different energy to it, and the stakes were higher, both, you know, with it being a film, and being one of the leads of the film, but then also it's a horror movie, right? So your energy has to be here. And I think our first setups was for when we're down in, sorry, is this going to be spoilers for people who haven't seen Fear Street? I don't know.
Block your ears if you haven't seen it yet.
Fear Street, just don't listen to me. This part never happened. It's when we're like down in the kind of like start at the beginning of the tunnels, and my boyfriend goes a little nuts. So like it's the first scream, like massive scream, that me and Ryan Simpkins, was now one of my really close friends. That was one of the first scenes that we had to film, and it was just like 0 to 100. So we're like, okay, that's a good warm up. Like, we're in it. We're in the horror movie space. But it was great. It was a lot of fun.
And there wasn't any tricks on the set of people like trying to just keep you on edge? Because I know, I don't know if anybody saw the recent episode of Hot Ones with Jamie Dornan, where he was saying like on the set of A Haunting in Venice, Kenneth Branagh used to just like bang windows or slam doors just to make everybody jump and scare the crap out of them.
That is so mean, but that also tracks from what I know of Kenneth Branagh. No one was doing that. We were actually very mindful, because it is such a demanding space to be in as an actor, where you have to be like, okay, I have to feel like I'm about to die at any point. So we really took our rest times very seriously, and we were just chilling. Ryan Simpkins was like playing a Hello Kitty game on their phone. Like, we were full relaxation, and then we would just turn it back on when we needed to.
Nice. And what was your biggest takeaway from working on it?
I think my biggest thing for Fear Street was that it was a female-led series. Like, we had a female director. The main leads of each film were women, and so it was really cool to be able to tell that story. I feel like in the horror space, often there's like a lot of the tropes, which we do kind of pay homage to. But it was nice to be able to have the experience of a horror movie through the lens of a woman's eye. So that was really cool. Also, I guess I'm really good at screaming. That was a takeaway I had. People were like, "God, she's really good." I'm like, "Please don't make me do it again." But it was a lot of fun. It was great.
Awesome. Well, look, I think we've made you wait long enough. Should we talk about One Piece?
Yeah, let's talk about One Piece. Let's talk about One Piece.
So you are a massive, massive anime fan.
Yes.
And of course, One Piece is one of your favorites.
Yeah, totally.
You're suddenly get this phone call from your agent and says, "Hey, guess what? There's an audition for One Piece." What is the first thing that goes through your mind?
Okay, so that did happen, but there's a little precursor to that,
cool.
which is our showrunner Matt Owens has been one of my best friends for like 6 years now. I met him back, I think it's 2018, and I met him before he had even brought it to Netflix. So he was like, "Hey, I'm going to bring One Piece to Netflix." And I said, "Are you insane? This is the dumbest thing a person could ever do. How can you do that? And no anime adaptation has ever been good. And you're going to try and do One Piece." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It's my favorite anime ever." And I was like, "Sick." So for the next like 3 years, I think he kept updating me about the process and where he was at with it. And he was like, "I really think that you could be right for Nami, and I'm going to make sure that you get an audition." And so I had been updating my team, being like, "Hey, this thing is coming. I swear this thing is coming." And it was like the kind of crossing of him doing projects and me doing other projects and just hoping that it lined up. And so when the audition came in, it felt like it was equal amounts of insane excitement and also like relief, because I'm like, okay, it's here. And then once I got past that, then it was just nerves, because I was like, I have to nail this. Like, I need this so I've never wanted something so bad in my whole life. And so I have to crush it.
I know. And like for other kind of like adaptations, do you kind of feel, because I think your passion for it really kind of shone through with your performance. So when you're watching other like live action adaptations of anime, are you kind of like, well, I really hope that they really like what they're doing and the source material, because you have to love it in order to give a proper performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a thing with a lot of adaptations where the people involved maybe weren't as familiar with the source material as they should have been. And I feel like that's where it often falls short, or they try and, for lack of a better terminology, like Hollywood it, and they're like, "Let's just cast these big stars." And it's like, well, Scarlett Johansson is a white woman and she's not supposed to be white. Like that sort of thing with Ghost in the Shell. So it's sort of, I think going into it, knowing that Matt, it's been his favorite anime, and obviously like it's one of my favorites, and there were a lot of people involved that were already familiar with it, and if they weren't, they became instant converts, and they're like, "Actually, we love this thing." So it really felt like a collection of people who were either already familiar or became familiar with the source material and came together to make something that honored it as much as possible. And then of course we had Oda Sensei overseeing it from day one, and he had so much power where he would say yes to things, he would say no to things, he would be like, "I need this in it, I need you to change this," and we'd be like, "Okay, yes sir, anytime, whatever you need." So that was also great to have the original creator just watching us the whole time and approving everything. It felt like when the show came out, it was something that he was proud of, which made us even more proud of what we did.
Yeah, and before it was suggested to you, did you have your eye on Nami, or? Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
What is it about her that you're like, yoink, that's mine?
When I was watching, or first starting to watch the anime, obviously the Arlong Park scene with the dagger was that's I think a scene that for me and for a lot of people kind of locks you into the series. And I remember watching it for the first time and just bawling. And I still like, I think about it and I start tearing up, because it made me feel like, okay, this isn't just like a fun found family adventure show. It also has so much heart and a lot of depth and real characters with real development. So that was something where I was like, I need to have this. I have to have this. So I did the long con thing where I was like dyeing my hair red, and I was like posting videos of me I grew up doing gymnastics and karate. And so I was like posting videos of me doing flips and shit. And I was like, this is awesome. They're going to love this. The internet's going to love this. And they actually, like the existing fans picked up on it. And I'm so grateful that they were rooting for me, because I feel like that was a massive help for Netflix also being like, yeah. And also the fans really want her too. So that it was great. So thank you guys.
Yeah, actually, I think Simu Liu did something similar with trying to get Shang-Chi, that he
Yeah, probably.
like posted videos of him like just doing flips like across the stage, and they were like,
Incredible.
nobody else can do that.
Yeah, they're like, we have to have this man. We have to.
So, as such a big fan, when you are like preparing to like you're getting into your costume and you're getting ready for the role, what must have that been like? Was your heart like pounding, and then just being like, okay, now I got to focus to try and like just actually get the scenes done, and like I'm assuming you were just like fangirling like mad.
I was massive when we were doing our like hair and costume tests. That's when I was really fangirling. And that was in our kind of prep phase for the first month we were down there. But when it came to actually filming, I have never felt more secure and prepared in my whole life. And really the one scene where I got that like heart beating fast, nervous sweats was the Arlong Park scene, because that scene meant so much to me. It means so much to the fans. And I really wanted to do it right. So that was something where it was like, I forget how long I think we were filming that for probably 8 hours. And so I'm just like trying to stay in that moment, and I'm, crying for that long, but it just, yeah, that was the one that I was like, God, I hope I don't mess this up.
Well, you didn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with your background in martial arts, I'm assuming that very much lent it to the choreography for the fight sequences, because
Totally.
there's even some like behind the scenes like videos and stuff that they've finally been able to release of like some of like the setups and the prep and the blocking and stuff like that. So how was that for you?
It was, yeah, it kind of felt like, with karate, I'm technically a black belt. But I got that when I was like, I don't know, 11 or something. So we're a little rusty, but I did train with a bow staff for that. And so it kind of felt like dusting off the rust and kind of learning how to do that again and refamiliarizing myself. But it was nice that I had that somewhere deep within me, like I had done it before. But our stunt team is so incredible, so talented, super supportive. My stunt double, and also like she was the one that was teaching me the choreography, Natalie, she's amazing. And she went from knowing nothing about using a bow staff to like being able to use it more than I did when I first got down there for the prep. And I was like, this is insane. So we were both kind of learning together and refamiliarizing ourselves together. But yeah, it was intense. The first fight we did was the Axe Hand Morgan fight in the courtyard, which is, at least for Nami, that's the fight. That's the biggest fight. And we have so many moving parts. So that was a big learning curve for me of what goes into stunt choreography, how we film it, how long it takes, how demanding it is physically. And we're out there in like the Cape Town summer in the heat, and you're just trying to keep that energy up, and you're working with a bunch of people that you maybe didn't train with through the prep process. And so it's very much like a dance. But I'm so excited to be able to take all that I learned and bring it into season 2, because we're going to have some really solid fights.
Yeah. Were there any like hilarious mishaps where someone just like accidentally got like a staff to the face or something like that?
Oh my God. Yeah. I think there's a blooper. I think we released a blooper thing. Because the Axe Hand Morgan fight was the first one I did, I was kind of getting a little in my head because I'm a perfectionist, and I didn't feel like it was perfect. And so then Daryl, one of our stunt coordinators, he was like, just go for it. These guys are built to be hit. And I'm like, that goes against everything within me, but okay. And so I really went for it, and I ended up snapping one of my bow staffs on this guy's boot. And luckily it was just his boot, but I know he was like, oh God. But yeah, so you kind of see it in the blooper reel where I like swing up the staff and then half of it is gone. And I'm just like, so then we ended up switching to one where there was metal in the middle. And I was like, that's so scary, but okay, it's much stronger. But yeah, I think that was probably my biggest fighting mishap. But I know McKinney has stories. Like everybody has their own stories.
You must be so excited to be able to talk about it now because, of course, the series landed on August 31st, I want to say.
Yes.
And that was just as the SAG-AFTRA strike had kicked off. We
Yeah.
were hosting here and we had guests come out and we were like, hi, so your project that you worked on, because they couldn't talk about who was at the Terminator panel. Yeah, a few people there. Yeah, you remember.
Nice.
So you must be just so excited because you couldn't post about it, you couldn't share anything about it,
Yeah.
and you had to wait until like November before you could sort of be like,
Yeah.
okay, here's all the behind the scenes pictures I took.
Yeah, no, I think I did like 3 posts in a row because I was like, here we go, everybody. I swear I had stuff. No, it was very difficult to not be able to talk about it because it's one of, outside of Fear Street, one of the most proud I've ever been of a project. And so not being able to speak about it, not being able to celebrate it, both with my cast and crew, but also with the fans was really tough. And I just kind of had faith that people were aware of the strike and what was happening. And they didn't think that I was just like sitting back being like, I don't care. But being able to speak about it now, it's so much fun. And doing this, being able to share and celebrate with you all it just means so much because I was rabid. I had like a muzzle on and I was like, let me go. So it's very nice. I feel so much better.
And while I know you won't be able to share any details whatsoever about season 2, but you seem really excited to get back into it.
I'm deeply excited. I think we're going to get into a lot of things that a lot of people are excited about. Like I said, we're going to have some really, really amazing fights. And we're going to meet some new characters that I know you guys are familiar with and probably looking forward to as much as I am. So I'm super excited. It's going to be so much fun.
Awesome. Well, I think this is the time to open it up to the floor. So we have 4 microphones on the ground floor here. We've got
Yeah.
2 sort of close to the front and 2 in the middle divider there. So if you want to queue up at them, and we'll do like little round robins for everybody. All righty. Well, we've got one up here. So do you want to go first? Yeah. Oh, maybe somebody might be able to help tilt that down for you.
So, I'm a huge fan of One Piece. I was just wondering, did you hate the most in when Nami hates Zoro the most? Who did you really hate him, or?
I thought you were like, who of the cast do you hate the most, and tell me why. I'm like,
No,
whoa.
no,
okay.
Because I'm a huge fan of One Piece.
No, totally. I don't ever think Nami hated Zoro. It's very much like she's the big sister and she's got all of her idiot brothers. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
that
she's
makes
just
sense.
trying to manage them as best she can. However, McKinley, who played Arlong, he's amazing in person. He's such a good guy. Hated him as Arlong. He made me so mad, and he's such a good actor that he was making these kind of off the cuff decisions, things that weren't in the script. And so it always kept me on my toes. And sometimes what he did made me feel like, it gives you the kind of nasty shivers where you're like, oh God. So he did amazing with that. But yeah, he's obviously he's the villain. So
And just so you know, I prefer you over Zoro.
did anybody get that on
You're
film?
my favorite
Did
character.
anybody get that? And if you can, text it to me so I can send it to McKinney.
You're my favorite character. Zoro second.
Yeah, that's right.
But Sanji is last.
Understood. Poor Taz. I'll let him know.
Because I remember on YouTube I seen Hawk from Cobra Kai visiting you and the cast.
Yeah.
And I heard him say Taz likes to sneak on behind the scenes and stuff. And that makes sense for him because
Totally.
he's really crazy.
Yes, exactly. You understand us so well,
Yeah.
man. You understand us.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
do.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go over here. Now we might also need a hand with the mic for this young lady.
Mhm.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I'm a big fan of One Piece, and I have a question. Who's your favorite person in the TV show except Nami?
Ooh. Except for Nami, are we talking about my show or are we talking about the manga and anime?
the One Piece, your show.
My show. Ooh, favorite.
Is it your colleague who's actually downstairs right now?
Yeah, it's Craig Fairbrass. And Craig Fairbrass, if you're here, love you so much. No, he's amazing, actually. I think my favorite, Aiden, who plays Helmeppo. I love him. I thought he was so good. He's like totally different in person than he is as Helmeppo, but I just think he made amazing choices, and he's so funny for being like an annoying bad guy. He was incredible. So I love him.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, actually, the gentleman down the back here, you were up first, so we're going to go to you, and then we're going to come back down the line.
Oh my gosh. Oh, there. I was like, where? There. Hi.
Hi. So which One Piece island, if you could live on it, would you choose?
Oh my God. Okay, wait. Can I have two answers for that?
Yeah.
It's not technically an island, but something about Skypiea, like obviously not with Eneru, but it was so magical having them, fly up into the sky with a little water chute. It gave me little butterflies. Otherwise, I'm going to say Long Island because I love the Long horse. So, and I just imagine like me and all my friends sitting on Long horse going like for a little ride around Long Island. So I think that would be fun. I know those are super basic, but thank you.
Thank you now.
Thank you. Right, we're going for the gentleman in the straw hat.
I was just wondering, what's your favorite arc?
Ooh, Water 7 Ennie's Lobby. Love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And over here.
Hi. I was just wondering, we were talking earlier on about the fact that all the live action anime are like kind of like cursed in a way.
Yeah.
Was there a moment after you guys released the show that you thought we made it? We kind of like broke the curse in a way?
Yeah. I think it was when it was the night of the release? I think we like broke Netflix briefly. And that was something where I was like, oh no, this is serious. Like, I think actually I was so worried that people weren't going to give us a fair chance because of the history of live action anime adaptations. So the fact that it was enough for us to break Netflix, I was like, oh no, people are watching. And then just seeing fans, like obviously critics are going to say weird stuff, but having the fans reaching out and celebrating the show in the way that with the strike I wasn't able to publicly, it felt like a massive sigh of relief, and of course I had felt it before we released it. I was like, I really think we've done something great. I feel like we've done it. And Netflix also was like, no, I think we did it. But yeah, seeing fans' reactions was everything and just made me kind of go, whew, okay, we're good, we're safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, it ended up breaking a Netflix record for being #1 in the most countries.
Yeah, I think it was like
beat
94
Stranger Things. Yeah, like it
countries.
beat Stranger Things 4 and it beat Wednesday, which is incredible.
Right. It's also, I feel so proud. One, it just shows the power of the fan base. Like One Piece has some of the most, if not the most passionate fans. And so to have that when the strike is happening, we're not able to do a press push. We're not able to talk about it publicly or do any like talk shows, anything like that. The fact that y'all help that happen is so crazy. So thank you so much.
Ooh. Right, over here.
Hi, I know you can't talk about like the future of the live action, but do you know what Chopper's gonna look like?
Yes.
And that's all you're getting.
I do. He's gonna look cute as hell. And I'm gonna
it's
cry.
Not scary. Like he's not terrifying.
Oh my God, no, what? No, he's gonna be adorable.
You never know. Like
I guess. No, he's gonna be so sweet. I'm gonna cry. Every time I look at him. He's perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back over here.
If you weren't to play Nami in the live action, is there any other One Piece character you would want to portray?
Robin. No, seriously. She's my favorite. I mean, I love Nami, but then Robin is like right up there. I love her.
Robin's my fave too.
Yeah, she's the queen. I love her.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Back over here.
So there are a lot of differences between live action. Not a lot, but there are like small changes between like the live action and the anime. Like Don Krieg just having like a much smaller role in Barati, and then Orange Town just completely being changed. I guess which ones would be your favorite between like each arcs, like comparing them, like Romance Dawn live action versus Romance Dawn anime?
Ooh, I mean, obviously I love the original because it's the original, and with the changes we made, it's kind of the name of the game for making anything live action. There's just some things that we can't do, both with like budget wise, but also within the scope of 8 episodes. I was upset about Don Creek not being at Baratier either, or as well. But I think I respect most of the changes we made. Obviously, Oda approved all of them, but you know, the original is the original, and I love it. And that's like God tier, right? And we're just under there supporting it. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go here, and then I see there's actually 2 down the back as well. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that all right?
If you had to like eat a devil fruit, which one would you have?
Oh my God, there's so many good ones. I think maybe the flame. That'd be cool. It's damn, there's so many good ones. Sorry, I didn't mean to say damn, there's a child there. Sorry, Queen.
There's been worse said on this stage, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know. God, there's so many good ones. I guess, yeah, Aces would be sick. And of course I love Robin, so I would maybe hers. Do you have one that you would eat?
Not really.
Okay, fair. Valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're going to the gentleman in the cap at the back here.
What is your favorite ship from One Piece?
My favorite ship? I mean, okay, listen, I'm
Like
so
picking between children.
I'm so biased, right? So I'm caught up on the manga, and I was like rereading it a handful of months ago, and I got to the part. Oh wait, no spoilers. There's a part in Water 7 with the Mary. I was sobbing, bro. I was sobbing. So like obviously I've got a soft spot for the Mary, and that's the ship that I've literally had my feet on, which is such a crazy experience. Very pinch me, where it's like, oh my God, it's real, and I'm on it, and she's here. So yeah, I think for me it's the Mary, but you know, hopefully we'll get to the point where it changes to Thousand Sunny.
Do you actually think that like the live action will go far enough to see the Sunny?
I hope it goes as far as they will let us go. That is, I would do that. I would do it forever. I really would. I really would.
Awesome, thank you. Now we're going to this side at the back.
Hi.
Hi, just to say you got me into One Piece first of all, so thank you for that.
Yes.
My friend like loves it, and she's been begging me to like watch it for ages.
Yes.
And my question is, what's your favorite costume from set that you wore? Like, was anyone that you really liked? Or
Yeah, I loved the outfit in episode 1. That was based off of one of her like original drawings that Oda did, and in the original, she's got like this giant axe and this robot arm and stuff. It's the one with the striped socks. That one was my absolute favorite because I remember seeing that and being like, God, Nami is so. I mean, she's cool all the time, but that drawing, I was like, she is so cool. So the fact that they brought that into our show was really, really exciting. That was my favorite.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, this gentleman here.
Hi.
Hi.
I think most of us, if not all of us, have had like an awkward situation where we had to explain what anime or manga was to someone, say that's older, whoever. Do you have any funny stories where you had to do that?
I'm trying to think. Most of the people that I speak with are already anime fans. I keep my circle very in the know. I don't know if I have like a funny story. I think the funniest stories I have are where I have to defend having watched all of Food Wars, which valid, like absolutely run me down. Like that's a crazy show to have watched. But I will defend myself and say that I was like sick with the flu, and my brother, I could not get up from the couch. And so my brother said, okay, I'm turning it on. And he put the remote in the kitchen and he said, enjoy. So I'm just like laying there sick watching this crazy food anime where people, well, I'm not, y'all should watch it. Watch it, try it out. But that's like, yeah, otherwise I don't think I've ever had to explain anime to people. And I just say, you know, it's a Japanese cartoon, basically. Keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over this side.
If
What's
you could
up,
play any
Gojo?
character. Yo, I'm If you could play any character outside of like One Piece, who would you play?
Ooh, oh my God. I'm trying to think. Oh no, I have so many right now. So one of my current favorite animes is Free Ren. So I would love to play Freeran, but also I love Chainsaw Man. So I would probably Power would be a lot of fun. Or Makima. I know Makima questionable, but I like Makima.
Power Makima.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Over this side. Yep, that's yourself. Yep.
Hey,
Hi.
you know, when you finished your, after you did One Piece, maybe you received praise from people that you really valued. Let's say, maybe I'm unaware, maybe Eiichiro Oda, Sadie Singh, I don't know from who you received praise that you want to share with us that was very relevant for you, made you
Oh.
happy.
I mean, I think the praise that matters the most to me is from the fans. I know that sounds like I'm just sort of like telling you guys that because you're here, but genuinely, there's nothing better and there's no better feeling than having the fans come up to me and say, I loved what you did. It made me like, I loved the whole show. I've been a fan for years, or like, I never watched the show and I watched your show. And because of you, because of the show, I'm now watching the anime or I'm reading the manga like that. Because I'm a fan, right? So like I'm a fan doing this for the fans. So to hear and feel that the fans are in it with me is the most special feeling.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
actually came because of you, because I liked it.
Oh my God, see, this is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
man. This is what I'm talking about.
Are we a team?
Yeah, thank you.
You're supposed to say, no, we're not a team.
Oh, we're not, wait, I'm sorry. We're not a team. Oh yeah, not a team. Not a team.
I love that. Right, over here.
What's your favorite fight in One Piece?
Live action or
Manga.
Ooh. Oh my God. No, bro, there's so many of them.
Mine's definitely Luffy versus Kaido.
Oh no, that one's sick. That one's sick. I feel like Gear 5 Luffy was a lot of fun because it felt totally different, and I love it being the kind of like Looney Tunes style. Like, obviously, One Piece is already a super wacky show, but the fact that it somehow got wackier, I was like, this is insane. And he's fighting. Like, he looks like an insane person just bouncing around, but he's also kicking butt. I love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to stick with this line just because there was a few people in this line before you came up. So we're just going to go here and then you and then back here. Is that all right?
Yeah, all right.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Over here.
Hi. I was gonna ask what character you'd like to play in a dub or an adaptation, but Gojo stole my question.
Oh,
so I'll
Gojo, God, my king.
So I'll just say I'm a big fan of you as Marcel in Delicious in Dungeon.
Thank you.
I really enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we're going to go back here. There's someone out there?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this is on, if I can
Yeah.
reach it. Okay.
Yeah, you're great.
You were saying earlier that it's like you had sort of the experience of Zoro being almost like your stupid younger brother
Yes,
or whatever.
yes.
Was it kind of the same with the cast or?
Very much. Very much. I do feel like I became the mom of the group. I was like baking cookies and delivering them to people's apartments, and like talking them down when they were, specifically Taz and Jake, when they were no, Kiki also. Kiki's crazy. He's my king. I love him so much. But no, it really felt like I was managing all of my boys, and I'm just sort of like, good God, I need a nap. But like in the best way. They're my angels. I'm so excited to get back and hang out with them again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going back up here.
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
We're huge fans, and we were wondering what your favorite scene to film in One Piece was.
Ooh, I mean, I know I said it already a little bit earlier, but it was the Arlong Park scene just because of how much it meant to me. But I will say that there's the scene where Luffy and I are walking through the Marine base in episode 1, and that was so fun because Kiki is just so silly and so goofy, and we get along so well. So it just felt like a very kind of silly comedic little thing with us like peeking through the little peephole and going back down. It was a lot of fun. So honestly, anything with Iñaki is the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we're going back to this gentleman.
Yes, hello. Thank you. First off, really enjoyed the show.
Thank you.
Watched One Piece since I was 11. It was really amazing, the live action adaptation.
Thank you.
Yes. I wanted to ask, which one was the biggest anime nerd on cast?
I mean, I think it's me and McKinyu. But I mean, if we're not counting Matt, like Matt is the top, and then I think me and McKinyu are definitely right there under him.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And lucky we have time for just one more question.
Oh
so
my
it's
gosh.
all you.
I'm a really big fan of the show, and I thought you were amazing in it as
Thank you.
If you had to join, or if you could join one like pirate crew other than the Straw Hats, who would you join?
Ooh. I would love to work under Boa Hancock.
Thank you.
I think it'd be sick. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, before I let you go, you and I were chatting beforehand about how we are kind of like, we are Pokemon stands, but we are kind of like the real old school Gen 1.
Yeah.
So I just got to ask, what was your starter Pokemon of choice?
I'm trying to remember. I think when I was younger and I had like the Game Boy Color, and I'm dating myself now. But when I had the Game Boy Color, I do think my starter was Squirtle. But now I think I would choose Bulbasaur.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got a whoop. There we go.
There are some Bulbasaur stands
All
in the
right.
audience. I
Bulbasaur
love it.
forever. Bulbasaur forever.
Emily, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you
you so
so
much,
much for
Olivia.
having Dublin Comic Con as your first European
I'm
appearance.
so happy. Thanks for having me, everybody. I'm so happy I was able
Ladies
to
and
chat
gentlemen,
with
please put your
y'all.
hands together. Emily Ray!
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned for my colleague Jerry is going to be on stage with some of the cast of GTA. So stay tuned.
Yay. Thank you, guys. See you later.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There's no one here. We can just leave. It's fine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How is everybody Comic-Con so far? Did I hear crap up there? Yeah, I'm watching you. Yeah, you with the hat. Yeah. Is everyone excited? What are we excited for, though? What's that? It's a computer game. I don't play that. I was about to say another word there. I don't play that stuff. No, but I do, of course. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, will you please give a massive Dublin Comic-Con welcome. Ned, Luke, Sean Fontino, Stephen Ogg, the cast of GTA 5.
Oh, man. Look at all these people. Woo! Ireland in the house. Oh, God, I'm too old for this nonsense.
Well, how are we, gentlemen?
We good. We good. What's up, y'all?
How has Comic-Con been for you so far?
For me, this is my first time here. I don't know, Stephen, this might be your 10th time, maybe.
I've been to Dublin, yeah.
But this is my first time. I'm enjoying it right now. It's cold as fuck out here, man. I know that.
That's a California boy for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're in Ireland where it's just cold and rainy most of the time. I think 2 weeks ago we had all 4 seasons in a single day. It snowed, and then it rained, and then it's sunny, and it was great.
All the flights were canceled when flew into London. Every flight to Dublin was canceled. And someone here sent me a picture, and I'm from the mountains in Canada. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Everything was shut down for like a little bit of snow, but you know, city's not built for it. But yeah, and then it was beautiful sunny the next day, right? We're going to talk about weather only, so I don't know if that's what everyone expected.
It was 71 where I came from, so
see,
you know.
Going to talk about weather patterns, Doppler. Sean,
look at that! Someone with a mushroom head just came in. Hey, mushroom head, what the hell are you doing back there? You're late. It's Mario. Get in a seat.
I wish you all the best moderating this.
I'm just going to sit back, relax, and put my feet up. No problem. So, is this everyone's first trip to Ireland, or have you been here before?
This is my first trip here. I've never been to Ireland before. Well, that's not really true because I'm from Chicago, so I basically lived in Ireland. But you know, Chicago, big Irish community there. That's what I told these guys who were walking around, looking at all the pubs and everything. I go, God damn, this is just like being in Chicago, man, because we got Irish pubs on every corner there where I was.
Would there be a lot of Guinness there?
The what?
Guinness? A lot of Guinness there? Chicago?
I'm going to withhold my comment on that because are you guys all Guinness fans out there? Everybody big Guinness fans? Yeah? Okay.
They've been told that if they say no,
I
they get
love
thrown
Guinness.
out.
Guinness is the best.
It's definitely an acquired taste, but if you're Irish, it's you're given it at birth, so it's absolutely fine.
The way to go.
You know. So how has been? You've been here for a few days, or did you just get in early, or when did you just get here?
I got here yesterday. I think Ned got here yesterday. I think Steven.
You guys are still on, don't know what time zone. I've been here for a week. I got here a week ago Friday. So I've been traveling.
And I believe you built a boat.
Yes, well, I was like the Curragh. Went to Ireland's only surviving Curragh place to build them. And then I think I posted something about I did it in 32 minutes instead of 3. It literally takes 2 weeks of a team of people to make these things. And And of course, people, you know, you can't fucking build one in 32 minutes, people. It's a joke. But yeah, went that was in Cork. Beautiful place.
And so you.
We got some Corkers out there. All
I
right.
won't say what they say. I know the Cork and Dublin thing, and everyone has their preference.
Well, they see people from Cork believe that's the real capital. Am I right by saying that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
Like I said, never the two shall meet.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what you guys are talking about.
That's okay.
What are they talking about? Cork, Dublin, real place, wrong place, right
Galway.
place.
Oh, so
I
beautiful.
don't get it.
Ashford Castle, that tiny little motel. Struggling through that.
I literally
Did
just
we
want to
mention
sit here
we
and
love
listen.
Guinness?
This is great. So you've been here for a week. You've been to Cork, obviously. Anywhere else in the country you've been to?
Yeah, we went to Cork. We started, I have friends in Cork, West Cork, Galway. So we just started Cork and then went up to Galway, Ashford Castle, a tiny little motel, and then zipped across the island here. So it's been awesome.
So has the weather been okay?
I have to say, we're completely blessed with sun.
Oh.
We've had sun in Cork. We've had sun today's weather is the first sort of traditional Irish gray day. Yeah. We had rain one day, and that was when we actually took the freeway, so it didn't matter. Just zooming along, and we've been so fortunate. So it makes it extra special when it's, you know, actually
We only
sunny.
had son of a bitch. I don't know. Hey, is that freaking? Hey, is that the penguin up there? Who is that? Is that penguin? Joe, what? Stand up, dude. Wait, yeah, you. You know who I'm pointing at? Green hair guy. What is that costume you got on? That's
the Joker. Man.
Is that the Joker?
That's the Joker.
Spider-Man.
Oh,
What is
okay.
that?
I thought he looked like the penguin for a minute because he had like an umbrella.
Green
Didn't
hair.
the penguin have the umbrella? I don't get it. Oh, is that for the rain?
That looks great.
Hey, do we have any Call of Duty outfits in here anywhere? Stand up, man.
Oh yeah, there's
shit.
back there.
Hey, have any of y'all ever got the nuke in Call of Duty Modern Warfare? I did it twice. 30 kills, right? 30 straight kills.
Yeah. You guys don't know. You think Solo's just like a big GTA guy. He's like world ranked on Call of Duty, man. Everybody thinks he's a hacker, and he's not. He just blows people away.
30 kills to get a nuke. You got it twice. How does that feel?
Like shit. Because I get called a hacker. Everybody calls me a hacker, and then that's not fun because they be reporting my ID and everything. So, you know, it makes Activision come and send me these messages that I'm hacking and I'm not.
What does that mean?
You're so far from this.
If you
Steven.
play really well, if you play too well, you're supposed to be cheating. That's essentially what it is.
Oh, so what they the game, they contact you to say, what difference does it make to them?
Okay, Steven, this is 2024.
So weird.
This is video game stuff.
All right, look, enough of that. What about GTA 5, man? What the fuck's up, y'all?
I didn't even need to bring it up. That's great. Okay, so three of yous, you got this job. You're going to be in jail. They're just talking. Me and you will talk. So, everybody, did you all audition for it? Did you get anyone? You were in San Andreas beforehand, though, weren't you?
Yeah, I did a voice in San Andreas, a gang voice in there, and my cousin Melee starred as CJ in San Andreas. Yeah.
Give it up for CJ.
Yeah. So there you go, San Andreas. Yeah. And then it was just crazy that these years later, like it's a big gap, you know, from San Andreas to GTA 5 that I, you know, land the role of Franklin. And that's like, that don't happen, you know, it's like lightning striking in the same spot. So, but yeah, I did the voice of San Andreas, and I got blessed and truly blessed to be the voice of Franklin in Grand Theft Auto 5, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, now this fucking voice is stuck in y'all head forever.
That's what I was going to say, because I find it very strange sitting here with the three of you now listening to your voice and not hearing you curse at me as I crash a car. Because every time I crash, you go, it's actually mostly you, Ned. You curse a lot when I crash the car. But that's
Michael
fine.
curses more than Trevor?
No, when he crashes. When
I crash the car, I guess I curse.
Okay.
I don't know, because when I play, I don't crash the car.
Liar.
Is that because you drive really slowly?
I drive like an old man.
I bet you stop at the traffic lights, don't you?
Only sometimes.
So, and I have to say this as nicely as possible. Have you all played with yourselves in terms of the game?
Pause.
If that was the question, I could actually say, fuck yeah.
I had to put in at the end there.
That's my girlfriend.
The game.
She's like, stop.
I had to say that. So you've all played the game, but did you think when you first went for this role, did you think this is going to be as absolutely phenomenally huge as it has become?
No, because we didn't even know what we were auditioning for. For Steven and I, it was called Rush. For Solo, it was called Paradise. We didn't know what we were auditioning for. Steven and I auditioned together. We had an act off with another Michael and a Trevor. And even then, we didn't know what we were auditioning for. We just thought we were reading for some video game, right?
Yeah.
And
we knew it was a video game, but we didn't know what.
We didn't know what. We didn't even know it was motion capture. We just thought, this is weird, man. But we had fun.
Yeah.
The audition was fucking fire, man. It was really good.
How did you feel about the aspect of the motion capture rather than just the voice? How did you feel about the idea of motion capture? Was this something new to you at the time? Or
yeah, I'd never done it. I don't think any of us had ever done motion capture. And we showed up on set, and I didn't know we were going to be doing that stuff. I didn't know how it worked, and they put us in these wetsuits, you got back fat hanging out, and they slap balls all over us.
Who likes the back fat?
balls,
Someone just
yeah.
all you back fat fetishes. And,
Steven never had back fat. You know what I'm saying? Because he's always been fit. I used to be jealous of his fucking athleticism of himself. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well, he showed up in his underwear too. Don't forget that.
And farts all the
Well,
time.
didn't I used to run around at the end of the day after we
Yeah.
strip off? I
Yeah.
would run around. The volume was this huge thing that we shoot in, and I think at the end of the day, I had pink.
He had
Didn't I have
cheerleader
pink
socks.
cheerleader socks and underwear, and I'd just run around the stage after we finished the day.
That was
Look
something.
at me!
Yeah.
Nah, he used to just
He'd be
walk
all
out.
jacked up and stuff.
Yeah, he used to
man.
just walk out all jacked and just stand out and make sure we see him.
Look at me.
Look at me.
That was something I was going to ask because I wanted to confirm you did actually do a lot of the work in your underwear.
Well, it'd be impossible because it's you got to wear the.
But is it true that you did a lot of the lines, not the motion capture, but a lot of the lines just in your underwear?
No.
No.
So much stuff. That's
See, I
so
told you
much.
not to ask that question.
Don't believe everything you read. Don't believe everything you see. No, that was not true at all.
No, everything was done in.
I'm sure
everything
I
was done in
said that at
motion
one
capture.
point to lie because I just like to, especially in interviews, you just kind of bullshit and then these lies follow you around your entire life.
They
Like
do.
my birthday. My birthday is November. I get messages and I'm like, no, my birthday is in May. But at some point, I probably said November because I'm like, why does it matter when my birthday is? Just press or whatever. And then you give something. Then I get birthday messages in November. So I'm just like, okay, thanks. And someone said, why don't you correct it? I'm like, correct it where? I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Well, that's the thing, is you got all those clickbait artists out there that the news services, the Rockstar News, and they just make shit up, and then they put it out there, so you click on it, and it like almost none of it's real. It's just like things that they've come up with or they heard from somebody, and it's like telephone, the game telephone where you say something, you do the next, and by the time it gets to the last guy, it's completely, completely reverse of what it really was, and that's what you get with these guys because they all want clicks. They want to be important. They want to be the guy who gets the leak, or whatever. And so
leaking, clickbait, hacking. I'm learning so many new words today.
Yeah.
So I love these things. I grow a little.
But Steven was passing gas every day on set.
That is fact.
He made sure he did that, and he always fucking stared at me when he did it. He didn't stare at Ned. He always looked at me with this smirk, and I'll start smelling it. All I had to do was look at his face, and take one good breath, and he let loose. He made sure of that.
So as soon you just see him looking at you, you just know.
I just knew it.
Look.
He made sure, like, he'd just look at you and just.
You got to
start
understand
smiling.
this guy's like, we had lunch and we would have regular food, but Steven would have the hippie food,
plant-based,
with the
Hence
lentils
the gas.
and
The healthier you eat, generally the more active your system is.
yeah, he would eat the healthy stuff, and then he would crop dust the stage, and look, it happens. It's natural. It's like my wife used to tell my son back in the day. It's natural, right?
Shit.
Yeah, that's probably what he did afterwards. So you went for the audition. You didn't know what it was. You got the role, and then you're told, right, this is GTA. But did you think even then?
They
you've
never
heard the
told
name.
us it was GTA 5. Never. We figured it out. I mean, it became obvious,
But no, Ned got outed, and he did it on purpose, and that's how we found out.
Shut the fuck up.
But you guys did know, because in the studio we shot at, there was the posters.
Yeah, there was
So
a
you
ton of
guys both
posters.
knew the GTA series. I was like, what is it about? They're like cars, like Grand Theft Auto. I was like, cars? Yeah, auto. You steal. I had no idea. But you guys were sort of quickly.
Well, yeah, we figured it out. I
out.
figured it out the first day that we shot, because we'd go to where we shot, in the studio where we shot. There's like a green room, and there's posters up of, I see a poster for Red Dead Redemption. I see a poster for GTA 3, for GTA 4. I see a poster for Bully, and I'm like going, okay, we're doing GTA 5.
I never
Where's
knew
my
it.
contract?
No, I never knew it. They pretty much fooled me, for real. I thought we were really shooting something called Paradise. And the fact that I can explain real quick that I really didn't know it, because I wanted to quit. I tried to quit 2 times because I just was uncomfortable in the suit. I didn't like all these people staring around me. And then the third and most important, I just didn't know how to act. So it was rough. So I wanted to quit. And I think if I'd have knew it was GTA 5, I wouldn't have never put that word in my mouth, quit. So I never knew. I really thought we were shooting something called Paradise.
Yeah, you'd have been much more comfortable if you'd have known that.
Very much more comfortable. Shit, I would have went to acting school fast before I got there. I would have got my shit together.
But that also being said, Sean, when we started, like the first week, it was 3 years, and not constant 3 years, but throughout the 3 years. I mean, the growth from day one to our last day of shooting was exponential. It was just started at one level, and by the end, fantastic.
I got to the point where I can do the how art do thee, you up there with the green hat on, wave to me now. You. You wave.
What the hell is that?
Very famous Shakespearean. It's
I
Beckett.
turned into an actor. Shit, I learned how to act.
Is that Shakespeare?
That's Shakespeare.
That's Willie Shakespeare.
But no, my growth, it came with dealing with these dudes, man. They work with me, and I was more of a fan of their work because they were so much good actors on set. It was like I'm messing up and stumbling lines and couldn't remember, and they were just nailing it to the point that when we all did a scene together, I was so caught up in them acting, when it was time for me to just go, what? I couldn't even say what, because I was like, and then the director be like, solo. I was just caught up in their work. You know what I'm saying? That I couldn't really get myself into it. But then after working with them over 3 years, I started nailing shit, Make this I made this dude cry.
It didn't take you 3 years. It took you about 3 months, maybe at the most, to get to where you were starting to flow. Yeah. You were
within the first year. There was definitely
he picked it up quick.
Definitely.
And then we had to go back and reshoot all the other stuff. But no.
How was it working on the game? You say 3 years there.
Yeah.
So 3 years of your life based on one.
Hey, hold on, man. Are you saying tree or 3?
It's 3 years.
3 years.
You have to count the rings, so you know how long it was.
3.
I'm getting acting lessons. This is great. 3 years. So that's a long time to be on one project. How did you feel doing that over that amount of time?
I mean, it was a bit of a surprise because I think it was a year was what I was told. But again, seasonally. So it'd be like January, 10 days, the spring, 10 days, summer.
Well, you'd work three weeks. We'd do 3-week shifts. Remember, we went like 3 weeks, then we'd be off for a little while, then we go 3 weeks. Because they would shoot and then they would build the game. And then they would shoot and then they would
write
build
more
the game. And then
and just add
and
to
write
it so they
more,
wanted to
and
keep
and
up.
you'd get handed material like at lunchtime, and here we're gonna do these 17 pages after lunch, Ned.
Yeah.
Can you have that memorized, in an hour? Yeah, okay.
But by the second year, it was starting to get like what's going to happen if this keeps going on? Because it does become conflicts of like, I want to go do this. And then they were like, well, we're probably going to be shooting this, in September. Well, when? But that's, that's part of the business too, right? Conflicts, and it all worked out.
Yeah, they had first dibs. Let's put it that way. But yeah, it was great though, man, working on it. I mean, what an experience. You're working with, the thing about, for me was, I mean, apart from these two guys, the rest of the cast, like the supporting cast or whatever, what have you, the NPCs, every actor that came on that set was awesome. I mean, they were good. We've got such good actors in this thing. Funny. I mean, comedy's not easy to do. And the guys that we had come in, every one of them to a T was like really
And theater
good.
actors.
Yeah.
Didn't Rod's mom, wasn't she she acted with Laurence Olivier?
No, that was Hauser's mom.
Oh, that was Hauser's. That's right. Hauser's
yeah.
mom.
That was
so
who
plays
played Trevor's mom.
Trevor's mom. She had done films with Olivier. So it was
For those of you who don't
wild.
know, he's talking about Sir Laurence Olivier.
But it was like
just so
really
you know.
the people
Big famous
were,
actor.
You know who I'm still
Guys got that.
I've been talking to recently is Vicky Von Tassels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
VVT was awesome. Now Vicky Van Tassel is the one who
And
played
that's her
Amanda,
real name.
my wife.
Which I always thought was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Vicky Von
Hey,
Tassels.
tell them who Vicky Van Tassel is.
She played
Amanda. She played Amanda's.
That's my wife.
Michael's
That's
wife.
my pixelated wife,
Okay.
Vicky Van Tassel. Awesome. She's an unbelievable comedian, and she's very talented singer, dancer, and
she does cruise ships now. Her and
She
her
had- huh?
husband, they work these cruise ships. They
yeah,
live in
she's
France.
been on cruise ships like since the game ended.
Yeah.
It was like it was that's where she met the dude. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, she was
Vicky
awesome,
Von
man. She was so
Tassels.
much fun. Vicky Van Tassel, baby.
Oh,
what a
I mean,
name.
come on. Vicky Von
And then you got
Tassel.
you had Danny Tamborelli, you got Slink Johnson,
You got
Gerald,
Sean
who played
Fontino.
Rob Bogue.
Lamar, Rob Bogue, Johnny Walker. I mean, from top to bottom is the point. The supporting, they were just so good, man. So it made it easy for us because when you're, performing or working with guys that are good actors, they give you stuff, that you can play off of and everything. So it just makes your job that much easier. So that was my take. And then the crew too. The crew was just phenomenal, man. The crew just
Yeah, we had a great time. Like there was not a bad thing to say about our experience. It was cool.
There's a lot of actors, whether it's live action or whether it's voice acting, can't really say that. There's terrible days on set or terrible weeks on set. You don't get along with people, this, that, and the other. So you seem to have had a great time doing this. So the main thing is, would you do it again?
I would.
I mean, like emotion,
Hell
like
yeah.
make a video game motion capture. Yeah, I mean, it was fun.
In a heartbeat, yeah.
Motion capture is fun, and it's the closest thing I said to the theater, because the suspension of disbelief as an actor in a volume when you're wearing, like Sean was talking about, feeling very self-conscious and fucking spandex balls. You've got a helmet with a camera and a bright light. So also even for talking, like
Yeah, all of a sudden you got balls in your face. And if you're
balls
not used to
everywhere.
that, it's not a real pleasant situation. You know what I'm saying?
But it's
Hey,
a
and
lot.
you got a bunch of cords coming from you.
Yeah, you're hooked up to shit. So, and also what you're doing is like this is made out of an Apple box, or like the
Or this,
trailer
this
or the
couch.
home.
This couch has no back on it. It's just pipes, made out of pipes, because it's got to be empty in the back so that
You
the
can see
cameras
the-
can read our balls.
Which is true. And the balls jokes, they're still not old. I think we
Yeah.
had everyday ball jokes.
And
but it's
and
you
would
had
do
to
those
imagine.
stunts, and those balls were hard, man. You do those stunts, and you'd fall on the ground, and you'd hurt your balls would hurt like crazy when you land on them, And so it was kind of actually like real life as well, in a way, I guess.
Fall on your
But,
balls, it
you
hurts.
know, yeah. Nobody I mean,
Life
you girls
lesson.
don't know what that is like. Let me tell you something. It's not okay, okay? It's just, it kind of hurts sometimes.
So we're moving on. I'm going to move it out to the floor now. So there are, I believe, how many mics? We've 2 up the front here. Is there 2 at the back?
There's a mic here, mic here.
Wait. And 1 at the, so it must be just the 3. So if you have a question for the guys, please queue up and you can ask a question. We'll start with
I
you.
like that. Everybody says queue here. We're going to get on the queue. We're going to get on the queue. Is it a queue where it's get in line, right? Is that what we said? Yeah.
Queue? Yeah.
Get in line. Line up. Queue up. Whatever that is.
Well, the lines are filling up. We're going to go with you first, sir.
All right. So, Ned, I know you do a bit of streaming, but Sean, you were talking about Call of Duty there. And I suppose it's a question for the 2E. Do you talk a lot of trash?
What? Man, we streaming is hard. It's different. It's something that I jumped into. It's very difficult, but it's fun. But when you're doing GTA and the Trevor scenes come, and you gotta hurry up and hit the screen because the nudity and they'll ban you and all that.
You can edit that out afterwards.
Yeah, but if you do it live, it's like it's already straight there.
Right, but you can take it out so that so they don't make it over 18.
I leave it in there and I get flagged and all kind of shit.
I learned that the hard way. First time I was streaming, when I came to the scene where they introduced Trevor, and he's he's banging the meth.
Banging is the American term for making sweet love.
Making whoopee.
Making love.
Yeah, Ned make it sound so violent. Banging.
Well, it was. And then, my line
Making
comes
love.
on the TV.
Never heard that expression in a while, banging.
Well, I'm a boomer. What are you going to
Banging.
do? I'm a boomer. But yeah. But in answer to your question, talking trash, yeah, we talk a lot of trash, or I do. I talk a lot of trash when I'm online. And especially if I'm playing GTA online, because when I stream GTA online, it's like I'm in there 2 minutes and all of a sudden the room is full of people trying to kill Michael. So, it's like, come on, bring him on, and then I got people that are helping and they think they're helping, but I go to shoot a guy who's a griefer and inevitably one of my helpers will stand in front of me and they'll get shot. And then the guy will shoot me because I don't have that. So yeah, we talk shit. Definitely. But streaming's fun. We have a good time streaming.
Steven
It's
looking
fun.
like, what
Thank you very much.
are y'all talking about?
Okay, Steven, live streaming means that we play the game live.
All right, next question, man, because Ned keep going on.
You over here.
All right, so will any of you have a role in GTA 6?
Next question.
Next question.
You don't waste your questions on 6, guys, because we're not going to answer
Come on, man.
anything
You can
about
come
6.
with another question. What's the question? Come on with something else.
It's a mystery.
Just think of anything. What?
And for like the GTA 6 stuff, just as a blanket statement, always actors are the last to know anything in any job. So that's always the best thing. If there were to be something, we'd probably know about it very last minute.
Yeah.
It's always the best way to.
So get another question.
Have you another question? No.
Okay.
Well,
That's
thank
okay.
you. That's all right. We'll
Sit
move
your
back
ass
over here.
down. Get out of the queue.
Hey, you picked it up already. Q. Yourself.
Yeah, how do you guys reacted to the last Death Wish missions? Like, how were you guys feeling going into the role? Like the possibility of both your characters being killed off towards the end of the game.
Spoiler alert.
I don't think we were told, were we? Did
we
you
didn't
guys
know until we got there and we were doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Basically,
then,
I mean, they handed us that script probably that day or the day before.
Yeah, it was weird because we were shooting death scenes at the end of it.
but that's where, again, like I said, actors are the last to know. So after all of this work we do, I think we were like, I was assuming there'd be, I don't know the game very, like the world, but I was assuming, I don't know how it would end, but I didn't expect the deaths. And that was literally a surprise to us. Like,
I refused to do it. I refused. I said, no, you're not killing Michael. I refuse. I'm not doing the scene. I'm not doing the scene. Then they said they were going to make me pay all my money back. So I said, okay, I'll do it. But,
It's interesting. I played the game recently just to kind of get myself back into it. and I didn't realize there was an ending where all three of you live. I'm like, oh, this is much better than what I played years ago. This is fantastic. Because before I always kill someone off. I'm like, didn't like that.
You never kill me.
I killed Trevor.
No.
Frank, you can't kill Franklin.
Thank you very much for the question.
You're welcome.
Yourself.
Just a question about the ending as well. Which one do you think is the proper ending? Because we all know option C is
A.
The main ending.
A. It's the only one that makes sense.
Stephen don't know what that is.
Which is
That's
which
where
is
I
what?
killed Trevor.
C is Trevor dead?
No, A.
No,
B
A
is Michael.
And then C is no one
nobody.
dies?
Death wish.
Death wish.
Yeah, that's
no one dies. Except
Oh,
for
nobody
why
dies.
don't they call it? Why is it death wish if no one dies?
Because we killed Devin.
Dude, if you don't play the fucking game, I swear to God, man.
Makes no sense to me.
At least go watch a playthrough of it so you know what the hell is going on.
Sounds odd.
You don't know what
Thank you
you're
very
missing.
much. Yourself.
Yeah. Besides GTA, what would be your favorite role that you've played ever, game or movie or TV?
Oh my God. The role doesn't exist yet, probably, but I don't know.
That's a tough one for you.
Mine is a movie y'all might not know about out here. It's called The Wash with Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. I played a kidnapper in there called Face. If y'all remember that. That was like the biggest thing with me. Steven, you can answer this real well.
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite per se.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Simon.
A favorite.
I mean, all the the things I've done, I can't say there's one better than the other because I tend to just remember the group and the people and the friends made, and because acting is kind of this forced Buddhism where you do it and you forget about it ideally. So
Yeah, I mean, if you had a dream role, I mean, what would it be? Who knows? Because that role doesn't really exist right now. Somebody's got to write it first and cast you.
I have to say though, my favorite, and I've been telling some people, which is this week has been an incredible week for a multitude of reasons, but and also getting to see you guys again and being here, et cetera, is that this week when I was visiting my friends that for this play that is based on an Irish novel by Elaine Feeney, Galway, also a professor there. Something I began reaching out to her, and then we got some other friends involved. Everyone's in Ireland, Cork and Galway. And then we just say, I want to do a one-man show, similar to what Cillian Murphy does with Max Porter or Edna Walsh. And so this week, were we in Cork or Galway with Elaine? It was with Owen, it was with Claire and Tilly, producer, director. We received the email from the Irish Arts Council that we got a grant, we got funding. So it was like, for me, it's a theatrical production that we start workshopping this summer in Galway. The Curragh, that's what the Curragh's about, because it's about a man and his Curragh and his family on the Iron Islands. And he comes over to teach at a university. And so that, to me, is like my favorite thing, because I'm so fucking excited and so proud of that. And that's I feel almost more proud of receiving this grant almost than anything. So I'm so excited. It was from the ground level up.
That's a huge thing.
Yeah. And it was like 140 applications this year, normally only 30. So I'm just I'm still riding on this high from that.
To get anything like that is very, very difficult, especially in Ireland. So the fact that you got that's fantastic. That's brilliant. I think everyone's going to be excited for that, I think.
And hopefully 2025 will premiere it here. So
I think if I had to pick a favorite, it would probably be, believe it or not, it'd be a Cheerios commercial that I did many years ago. Because I actually auditioned for it with my son when he was a baby. And he screwed it up because I knew I was going to get it, but I brought him in and he's supposed to just sit here and eat the Cheerio. And instead, he was standing there. He had two words, catch and dunk. And he kept picking up the Cheerios and throwing them at the director and saying, catch, catch, catch. So that became my favorite thing because it was a really cute commercial and it was a lot of fun.
And his pitching career began.
That's a memory. Huh?
His pitching career began.
Yeah. And the throwing the thing, catch and throwing and everything. It's funny because he's a pitcher. He plays college baseball and he's a pitcher now. So I guess that worked out all right, even though he didn't get the gig and cost us many, many, many months of money. What do we got over here? Right here,
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan. What do you got?
Well, I was just wondering, if you didn't play your own characters, which character would you rather play?
Well, I had to learn the Trevor character for the act off, but as soon as they saw him, they were like going, "We don't need you to do Trevor, so you just try Michael." But I would probably play Franklin.
Me too.
I would
'Cause
play
he's so cool.
Lamar.
Yeah. I might maybe would do Clates. Lester. Hello, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're
Yourself.
dead.
Hi. What's your funniest joke in GTA you've ever heard?
Within the game?
Yeah.
The funniest line?
Yeah.
Probably for me, it's probably, you mean for our characters or just in the whole game?
For any of your characters for the game.
For me, it would be "Nama, go fuck yourself." I don't know why, because I made it up, and my wife's a yoga teacher, so it was like, that would be the thing. But the funniest line in the game to me is probably Lamar with the yee ass haircut thing. That's a great line, and he's out of control.
That's an iconic line, man. I put it on my TikTok, and it's 18 million views right now on there. That's crazy. 18 million views. But that's the best line right there.
What about you, Steven?
Yeah, I agree. That one is my favorite. I laugh every time.
Thank you very much. Yourself over here.
Okay, so this question is for Ned Luke and Sean Fantano. I hope I'm okay to ask those questions. First of all, to everybody, welcome to Ireland. We're happy to have you here, and it's awesome to see your presence.
Thank you.
For Ned Luke, this question is, since the passing of James McCaffrey, voice Max Payne, I was wondering, would you ever be able to voice Max Payne in a future project? And if you can't, would you be able to try and do a voice of, or the voice of Max Payne?
First of all, I was supposed to do a movie with James, and which was it, and he got work and didn't get to do it, so I didn't get to work with him. But real talented guy and gonna be missed big time. But could I do Max Payne? Absolutely. And would
Let's
I do
hear
it?
Come on.
Would I do it? Absolutely. Can I do the voice? I think I absolutely could.
Oh, damn. Please, Rockstar, hire this man.
Well, it all comes down to if they're smart enough to do that.
And also, how was it going with streamers as well? How was it streaming with Kai Cenat as well? Sorry, I was about to ask two questions.
All right, Kai's out of, first of all, Kai's out of his mind. And but it was fun. It was fun. I mean, he snuck into my stream when I was live streaming the video of the trailer for GTA 6. Oh gosh. And it was fun. I just gave him a lot of shit. I don't care about anything because I'm kind of a guy who really doesn't give a shit. So he came in and I just dressed him down, and took him down and took him apart, and it was fun. He loved it. And he lives in the same town that I live in, so
And then Sean Fantano, would you ever do a reunion, like a video or maybe a project with CJ?
Oh shit! Hell yeah, I would. Man, that would be iconic. Come on, man.
Just to see
that'd be like a dream. That would be your dream.
They bring Franklin and CJ back into something. Oh my god!
Hell yeah!
Like when the other kid asked what your dream job would be, that would be it.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Yourself.
Hi, got a Walking Dead question for Steven. Was it fun shooting the lineup scene, being there with everyone just lined up on their knees?
I mean, it was tough probably for them more than me because I was new. It was very emotional for the group that were saying bye to shooting 5 or 6 years together. So, and we shot that over 5 days at night. So it was really interesting because we were all, of course, you spend most of your time on a shoot waiting around, but we're outside, so we were all under tents, kind of getting to know each other. Jeffrey was trying to memorize all of his fucking lines. So I think it was tougher for them because it was an emotional sort of time for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Yourself.
This question is for Sean. What was your reaction to the Lamar roast?
It was cool. It was cool. I just didn't think that line would have been so iconic as it was, that it is to this day. You know, I think when I first seen it, it was Kermit the Frog. They had a Kermit doing it. And I just woke up to my page, just Instagram going crazy with all these different Darth Vaders and Mario and Miss Pac-Man and Snoopy and Dumbo, everybody just on my ass, you know, yee ass haircut. You know what I'm saying? So it went viral. It went real viral. So me and Slink, who plays Lamar, we did a reenactment of it. I don't know if y'all seen it, and it was real iconic, you know. So we waiting on y'all to create another one. Y'all gotta find
there
something.
you go.
Thank you very much. Yourself over here.
Carl.
Carl, yeah. So my question is for Ned Luke, and I was wondering. So I know you have a small part in Red Dead Redemption 2,
Mm-hmm.
and I was wondering who would you like to play in Red Dead if you had the chance? Who would you preferably want to be in the game?
Well, I'll tell you, you're a good boy. And I probably want to play Arthur because that's the best character.
Mhm. Yep, that's fair.
Hey, that lets you know that this old ass dude play video games, huh?
Thank you very much.
That was good, though.
Over here.
This question's for Steve. What do you think would have happened if Simon took over the Saviors and dethroned Negan?
He would have had a drag party.
I don't know. I mean, I think I always called Simon kind of the drummer of the band. He didn't like to be a leader because when you're at the front of the stage, there's too much pressure. I think he liked to kind of do his own thing. So I think if he did usurp Negan, it probably would have been a much freer. He would have probably opened things up a bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Made more IPA.
I have 3 questions. One is for Stephen.
Now, don't forget, not to be rude, but I know time-wise, if all these questions, we should keep it probably to 1, just so it gives everyone
Just
an
the one,
opportunity.
yeah.
Not to be rude.
I was just with you there a minute ago.
How could I forget?
I paid for the combo, and I only got the autograph, but not the photograph with you.
Come on back.
That's your question?
We'll get your combo.
Well, I got 2 ones. Like one, the last one.
Come on back and we'll get you that.
Come back to the table. Come back to the
Real
table.
quick, ask a question. Real quick.
If GTA 5 got a sequel movie, would you 3 do it?
Yes, Tree will do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go back to the table and get your picture.
Thank you.
Over here.
How's it going, guys? So, apart from our obvious glorious weather, what has been the most things you've been enjoying about Ireland since you've been here?
The redheads.
Sean, what about you?
This place here, man. Just coming here because I came here yesterday. So coming to this Comic-Con is the most, the biggest thing right now for me.
And to you, Stephen, obviously you spent a good amount of time here going in between Cork and Galway. What have you enjoyed the most here?
Getting the grant. Getting the grant to come back and work on something.
Yup, the dubs.
Yay!
Right over here.
Thank you very much. Now we've time for a couple more questions. We're going to try and get through it as quickly as we can. Okay. Yourself.
Hi. So, if you were to meet your characters in real life, what would you say to them?
Now I'm gonna go fuck yourself.
Franklin, get a better haircut.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I get help. I tell him to get help.
Get help.
Thank you.
Here, I'd say, here you go. Here's my psychiatrist.
Go see my therapist.
Here's Dr. Friedlander's phone number.
So this is for all 3. What is your favorite mission in the game?
Lamar down. The big one.
Lamar Down's a good mission. Yeah. I like I mean, the most fun mission is probably the big one, you know, because it's got the most action and everything. But my two favorites were the one that led into with him, where I, you know, the feds, where I confessed the feds, and then this one here in the graveyard, which was
the graveyard scene.
Bury the hatchet.
I think I mean, we shot something that was never. Well, we shot a few things in GTA that were never made into the game, but that I think some of my favorite scenes were cut.
We're in that, like
There was-
Sharmuta with the horse and the clowns and the
Yeah. Yeah, there were some incredible, like some of my favorite scenes. I mean, not all my favorite scenes, but there was one like with you and I. I was like, oh fuck, this was really good.
really
Never-
funny stuff, man. Yeah.
Never showed up.
But
So
the
my favorite
gameplay
scene
didn't
is
work.
that one.
If the gameplay doesn't work,
That's right.
the scenes are gone, you know? So unfortunately,
Yeah,
you
thank you very
miss
much.
out on some things.
Yes, sir.
Ned, when you said balls in your face, what type of balls did you mean? What was the one?
All I'll say is be very
That's the
careful.
question of the day.
How old are you?
They're called markers. They're called markers.
They call
They're
little
shiny,
markers.
the little shiny balls.
It's to
Kinda like
capture
what
the
you
camera. They're
probably-
really hard little balls.
What do we got over here? That's good, dude.
Over here.
Sean, what would you consider your best line in your voice acting career?
You can't repo the assets of a dead man, big sitting chief asshole.
Yeah, that's what I needed to hear.
He knew exactly what he was
Right
doing.
here. Let's rifle through these right here.
All right. So when you were recording your lines for story mode, what was your favorite moment / bloopers?
For who?
Like when you were doing your lines for story mode.
Oh, for story mode.
Yeah.
Oh, we had so many bloopers, dude. You can't even begin.
Too many to talk about right now.
Yeah. Well,
trust
my
me.
favorite one was the one where the dude couldn't say. Remember the one guy who was playing Ron? He couldn't say. It's just not quite come good yet. 72 takes. It's just not quite come good yet. Finally, they just had him read the line. he was breaking out in hives because he couldn't get
That would be my favorite too.
Yeah, that was.
We were just
funny,
staring at
man.
him. What the fuck
That
is
poor
wrong?
guy. But then he nailed it. Next.
Thank you.
Oh, hi. I got a question for Steven. I noticed you were in a couple of episodes of Better Call Saul. Have you ever met Bob Odenkirk?
Yes.
What's he like?
Wonderful. Everyone involved in that production is great. Vince Gilligan down there, great. Rhea's amazing. They're all wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Okay, so we know a lot of questionable things tend to happen in GTA, especially GTA 5. Were there any moments in the script that legitimately made you go, what the bleep?
I think I had that line in the movie, in the show, what the bleep, didn't I?
I mean, my first day of shooting was jumping on the guy's head.
Yeah.
So I was
Stomping
like,
Johnny
well,
Klebitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
was like, wow.
That was a what the bleep moment for sure.
This will be interesting.
Especially for GTA, for Grand Theft Auto fans, that was a what the bleep moment because Johnny was very, very popular from GTA 4, in case you didn't know. So that was
Who
that.
doesn't know that, Ned? Please.
Next.
Thank you very much. Next over here.
So I was just wondering if you could go back and change anything about the story or about the game in general. Like, what would you change?
Change?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing.
It was perfect. It was a masterpiece. Am I right?
There you go. Thank you very much. Over here.
I would change it to live action.
Would you work with Rockstar if you had the chance again with a different game that's not GTA?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Rockstar was awesome, dude. It was the most fun I've ever had on the set.
Next.
Hi. What is a game or a TV show or a movie or even an artist that you believe deserves more attention that doesn't have enough attention in media? Like something that you might love.
GTA 7.
Confirmed.
I don't know.
That's gonna hit me
Stevens
later.
Grant. Stevens Grant needs more attention. Yes, more attention for Stewart Grant. Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, I think all the K dramas on Netflix. What's up, dude? What do you got?
Thank you.
I played GTA when I was a kid, and I was a big fan of Michael DeSanta.
Smart lad.
Thank you.
Man, you told me in line I was your favorite.
You're my second one. I never liked Trevor. Because Trevor hates Michael in the game. Because when Trevor find out that Michael faked his death in North Lankan and they went over and realized that it was Brad who got shot.
Yeah.
Because Michael have a shield under his vest in the first game before the thing. And then I like the scene when Franklin went into the house, and then when Michael took the gun out and pulled it out of the house and smashed into the garage.
Right, in the
My
car
favorite
dealership.
scene.
But see, those are statements. What's the question?
What's your question?
My question is, will you be doing like more GTA movies, like make a movie of GTA?
That's a mystery. We can't talk about that kind of
I think
stuff.
we'd all do a movie if it was available to us to do, for sure.
We would all do it.
We all
You're my
enjoy it.
favorite character in
Thank
GTA.
you.
in
Thank
GTA.
you. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
buddy.
very much.
We have to move on. Maybe 2 or 3 more questions. That's it. Okay, yourself.
You finally made it, man.
No,
over
not
here,
yet.
over
Not
here.
yet. Not yet.
Chaos here.
Right here.
Go ahead.
What's an existing role in film, theater, or television that you would have loved to have played?
Well, anything that I auditioned for that I didn't get and some other guy got? Because they should have hired me instead.
I'd still like to do Johnny Rooster Byron, Jez Butterworth, Jerusalem.
I want to be in The Equalizer.
Thank you very much.
Superman.
We got time for 2 more. So yourself and yourself. Okay.
Thank you. Well, did you mention that you were from Chicago earlier?
Yes.
Well, as an obvious, I've been there the first time last year because my cousin Siobhan was getting married that time.
Well, congratulations to him. That's awesome, man. So
Congratulations.
in Chicago.
All right.
Thanks, bro.
Now yourself. This is going to be the last question. Okay.
Hey, Sub, how's it going?
What's up, man?
So I have a question. What is the most disturbing and darkest moment, in GTA 5?
Everything Trevor did.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Probably obvious is the torture thing that you did with Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Day.
That was pretty disturbing.
Yeah, like I was going to tell it, but
And for me, it was the reveal of Brad in the coffin.
Yeah, that one's fucked up.
Yeah.
And don't forget the part where Trevor, pretended to be the taxi driver and, feeding to the cannibals. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot there.
Well, a lot of stuff Trevor did was. Okay, how about over here?
Okay, we get one more.
My question to all of you is, how did you feel once GTA 5 was all done?
Oh man, I mean,
Proud.
Yeah.
Very proud.
Yeah.
Happy.
I mean, it was incredible, the effect and the legs that it has. I mean, once it was done, now that it's been done for 10 years even, I mean, it's the legs on this game is unbelievable. I mean, you're here 10 years later. Am I right? So, I mean, how can you not be proud of that? I mean, they're great characters. It's a great game. It's a fun game to play. I mean, Steven knows, and it's awesome. So yeah, proud. Makes you want to strut a little bit.
There we go. Good. We're going to have to leave the questions now, okay? We're out of time. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give these guys a massive round of applause.
Thank you.
And thank all of you, because we get thanked, but it's because you were here. Now, and we're all at our booth, so you can come talk to us there and ask more questions, and we're there.
If you want to ask questions, they'll be at their tables there. But one more time, massive round of applause for the cast of GTA 5! This way,
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, that was actually one of the better ones. Let's try that again. Good afternoon, Dublin Comic Con. We're getting there. My name is Olivia Fahy. I am the editor of Geek Ireland, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Auditorium for our very special panel that we have. We have waited many years to get our next guest back here in Dublin Comic Con, so please put your hands together for John DiMaggio!
Yay! Yeah! Yay! Yeah! Hooray! Yeah! Yeah!
There you are.
Excellent. What was that from the top? Oh, there you go. All right. Excellent. How's everybody doing? All right. Good to hear.
Well, I have to say, I am so glad that you finally made it because I was absolutely devastated when you got booked on another job and
Yeah.
you had to pull out of, I think it was like 2018 or something like
I
that.
think that's what the story was. Because I remember I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to Dublin, and I was like, I'm not going to Dublin. But now I'm here, and it's very cool.
You finally made it. So has
Finally
it
made
lived
it.
up to expectations?
So far, so good. I mean, I've only been in town, kind of 48 hours, and most of it's just been like, okay, here we go, like just trying to get it together. But I have had a Guinness, and it was divine. It was fantastic. Yes.
Awesome. Well, I have to say, you are probably one of the busiest actors in the biz. And I have a list here. You probably recorded them at different points, but all of the things that went live and were released in 2023 that you were a part of: Animaniacs, The Magician's Elephant, Alpha Betas, Batman the Doom That Came to Gotham, Perry Mason, Transformers Rise of the Beast, Skull Island, Justice League, Star Wars Young Jedi Adventures, Warcraft Rumble, Cropopolis, Futurama, Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake, Disenchanted, and Mario Bros. The movie. That's a lot
Yeah. Hey,
in
thanks.
1 year.
That's for my agents. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I've been very fortunate, very lucky to be able to do something that I love and appreciate. Yeah, I mean, we're doing some more Futuramas now too, so that's coming up. We're gonna start recording very soon on the third season. The second season hasn't aired, but that's gonna air soon. I think that's gonna air sometime this year. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, really cool.
Very exciting. I was going to say, do you ever sleep?
Yes, I do. I sleep plenty. I try and get as much sleep as I possibly can. I'm in my 50s now. You need to be heart healthy. It's the craziest thing. 30 years ago, I'd have been like, let's go to the pub right now. And now I'm just like, trying to I need fiber, just like ridiculous.
You actually hear that a lot. It's like when actors are like, okay, what would you tell your younger self? They always go, sleep.
Yeah, no, it's true. And good sleep. You need good sleep. You can't get the passed out sleep. The ones that just, I'm just gonna lay right here. Yeah. No, you can't have that.
So going back, because you have been in the industry for quite a while. So how did you get started?
How did you get started? That's an old George Carlin bit. Everybody always wants to know. Hey, how'd you get started? I got started as a kid. I loved acting as a kid. I saw my sister's high school production of Sound of Music and the whole Von Trapp family. And I was like, wow, that looks like fun. And I just remembered that just being like, I definitely want to do that. And I already kind of been playing music in front of people and really got off, like really enjoyed that and thrived in it. And I said, I want to do that. And my mom was great. Like she totally made it happen for me. She, got me into a children's theater group. She did everything she could to make opportunities happen for me. And I did that. I did high school theater, and we had a really, really wonderful high school theater department. And then I went to college for theater. And that didn't last as long as it should have. Which, I dropped out. Anyway, but it was good. It was good training. I took from it what I could, which was a lot. And I started doing the children's theater stuff again, being on the road, and then I started doing stand up with a buddy of mine and we were in New York City doing stand up. I mean, I came up with all the guys that are popular today. I've worked with all of them, and then because it was a comedy team, it just kind of we kind of broke apart, and I started doing voiceover in New York City, doing voiceover for like for radio and television advertisements, and or advertisements. Sorry about that. Aluminum or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, but I started doing that there, and I was acting and stuff. I stopped doing stand up, and I started doing like I was doing a hospital drama in LA. And then when I got to LA, there were a lot more voiceover stuff opportunities for animation and video games. So that's where that kind of happened. And then I auditioned for Mad TV. I got it, but I was told not to do it by my agent and my manager because it's a notoriously terrible contract that they had on that show. All the actors, they were locked into like they couldn't do anything else. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And the same people that cast Futurama. And that's how I got in the door there. And the rest, they say, is history.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And one thing that I loved about whenever we have guests coming on, I always love going through like their back catalog and just sort of seeing like what kind of like parts and roles has there been that I just wasn't aware of beforehand. And I actually had to have a little giggle because you had an early role was Law and Order, which I think a lot of actors ended up getting like one of their first big roles was in Law
New
and
York,
Order.
a lot of all the actors in New York. If you hit a certain threshold where you get to do like a Law and Order or a Homicide: Life on the Street, anything that's shot like in New York. In fact, the one that I did was a combination Law and Order, Homicide: Life on the Street. It was a sweeps episode. It was like they have in television they have what's called sweeps. They want to get big ratings and then they can sell that to the advertisers. So it was a combination of both. Yeah, that was a fun gig. But yeah, I mean, I've done all sorts of stuff.
You have. And am I right in saying, because this is something that I didn't know, did you do the voice of General Grievous in Clone Wars for a period of time?
Yeah, I was the first voice, and then some engineer took the job from me because he did like an impression of the voice, and they just decided to use him. And it was like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, it was really, it was kind of rude. And I've met that guy, and I've kind of looked at him like, wow, dude, you actually had the nerve to like think that you can come up and talk to me and just be like, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, not everybody's a good person. And people like voiceover actors, they're so nice. No, not all of them. That guy's a jerk. But yeah, I was. And then people come up with toys and stuff, and they're like, sign this. And I'm like, this is terrible. That's bad.
Well, at least you're kind of like, okay, not your fault. But
it's not. Yeah, I let it go, but it brings it right back to where I was like, that son of a
And I think also one of the other projects you've worked on was Batman: The Brave and the Bold, and I think because
Batman Brave and the Bold. Yeah, you guys know Batman Brave and the Bold? It was Aquaman. Yeah, that was fun. That was a great gig. That was it was down to me and Diedrich Bader for the voice of Batman, and they went with Diedrich, and Diedrich sounded like this, Joker, your foolish ways are over, and he had a real like adenoidal sort of thing happening, and that's where I don't know if you guys in Adventure Time, if you hear Jake the dog say, your constant harassment of the female species makes me sick. That's my Diedrich Bader. That's my Diedrich Bader impression in the game, in the show. And I told Diedrich about it, and he was just like, I'm so touched, man. It was great. I had a lot of fun doing that. We sang a lot of great songs in that cartoon too. Did a lot of great music stuff.
Would you be tempted to give James Gunn a call to be like, hey, it might be a really cool Easter egg to have me in your live action?
I introduced myself to Jason Momoa once. It was just like, we're both Aquaman. Just want to let you know. And he was just like, I don't know who you are, dude, but whatever. All right, cool. But I totally, yeah. I'd love to do it again. That would be awesome. I'd love to, oh goodness, James Tucker, who was one of the executive producers of the show. He joked with me about getting us, and they were always pushing for a spinoff of Aquaman, which would have been a lot of fun. But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Do you ever find people kind of like staring at you, being like, "I know your voice from somewhere"?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's strange sometimes. Well, like I made that movie, the doc. You guys know about the documentary? I Know That Voice that I executive produced. That really helped people be brought out, as far as like the voiceover acting community. People started to get recognized from the film, and it just kind of it really shone a light. So sometimes people go, I can't, because me tired can sound like Jake the dog. So if I'm just yeah, okay, no problem, man. And people are like, are you Jake the dog, man? Like, oh yeah, that's right. I love you, everything burrito. And it's just like, what? Yeah.
I was going to say, how many times have you been asked to sing Bacon Pancakes?
Oh, wow. I mean, you guys want to hear it though, don't you? Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes. I take some bacon and I put it in a pancake. Bacon pancakes, that's what it's gonna make. Bacon pancakes. There you go. I still got it. I was in Seattle last weekend, and we had a big Adventure Time thing that happened, and it was me and Jeremy Shada, who plays Finn, Olivia Olson, who's Marceline the Vampire Queen, and Tom Kenny, who's the Ice King, and also SpongeBob SquarePants, which is a big deal, which is really funny. But he had his band up there. He has a big rock and soul review band, and they're unbelievable. He's really great, and he's wonderfully talented, and he's an encyclopedia of this music and knows so much. And they go on for 3 hours, and then like the last 10 minutes, he'll do he's screaming these soul ballads, and then he's doing SpongeBob at the end, it's like, wow, that's crazy. But we went and did a couple of songs from Adventure Time, so look for it. It's Emerald City Comic Con. Tom Kenny and the High Seas, High SEAS, High Seas. The joke being the SpongeBob. Anyway, you guys awake? No, how are we doing? Everything all right?
They're just listening
Did
intently
everybody have
to you.
3 pints of Guinness before they came in here or something like that? This couch isn't helping much. I tell you that much.
They're too comfy.
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
they're really comfy. You just start talking, and all of a sudden you find yourself like, I'm turning into a blob. Oh no. Sorry.
It's all good. One thing that always stood out to me when Seth MacFarlane was talking about when he has to do table reads for any of the episodes of American Dad or Family Guy, and if he's voicing more than one character at the table reads, he then has to try and switch into all of those characters immediately. And there's a couple of productions that you've done where you've done multiple characters as well. So how have you found that?
The schizophrenia is working for me now, so that's I can nail it. It's no problem. Sometimes people need a minute, but Billy West is an expert at it. I've seen him do 3 pages of dialogue by himself. Between oh, good news, everyone. And then he's like, what is it, Professor? And he's like, oh, bad news. And then he'll go into Zoidberg, and maybe Zed Brannigan will show up, and he'll just go bang, 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 bang. So it's nuts. The best ones can do it, and it's effortless, and it's fun to watch, and it's inspiring. And then you see what they're doing, and then you're like, oh, I got it. I got this. So I've been able to. I learned from the best, so I got it. Yeah.
And I have to say, like, I know we've mentioned Futurama quite a bit now, and I think I can speak for everyone here when we say we were so delighted that you did join the reboot.
Oh
in the
yeah,
end.
absolutely.
It was fabulous.
I mean, I didn't plan on not joining. You know, that's I just thought that it was unfair. What you know, but we're past that. We're doing more stuff, and that's the good thing.
Yeah.
I'm glad to be back doing it for sure.
And I think it was really touching to see like the outcry, I think the outpouring of love from the fans, but
Oh,
also
yeah.
from your fellow voice actors
No,
as
yeah,
well. It
no,
was so lovely.
absolutely. Well, it was they had a hard time, you know, because word got out that it wasn't like that it was a problem with me. It was like, oh, okay. And then, everybody kind of just said, no, I'm not going to read for that. So there wasn't anybody that auditioned for it. They couldn't get anybody in the room. But not only that, because, 6'3", 300 pounds, you don't want to be in the same room with me after screwing me over. You know what I mean? Like it's a little, take it easy. Yeah. So, I mean, everybody was really cool about that. And I really appreciated it. But, because it's hard enough. It's hard enough trying to do this stuff, and when you have people backing you up like that, it's nice to know.
No, it's really, really nice.
Yeah.
Well, look, I think I've spoken for quite enough time. So if there's people who would like to ask John any questions, we have 4 Oh, everyone's jumping up. We have 4 microphones, 2 in the front. We actually also have 2 in the kind of like middle section as well. And I will then just sort of point and jump around as fairly as I can. And when we get close to the end clock, then we'll try and call it. But hopefully we'll get through as many as we can. So this young man over here, let's start with you.
Hello.
Hi.
Big fan of Futurama. And
Hey, thanks.
When I was younger, I loved Adventure Time. So I have one question for you.
How young were you? Like what? Wow, this kid.
I was like 8.
Oh, wow.
I'm
Okay.
12 now.
Oh,
I'm
you're
just-
12
I'm just
now.
A bit short.
Okay. All right.
So I have one question for you.
Sure.
Why are oranges called oranges, but apples ain't called reds? I mean, like, I can't take it anymore, man.
Wow. There you go. That's it. I can't take it anymore, man.
Exactly.
Can't take it anymore. That's really funny. Nice job. Yeah. Wow. That's great. That's funny. That's funny.
Thank you. Now we're going over here.
Hi.
Hi, I've watched Futurama and Adventure Time since I was only little,
Yeah.
and I have 2 questions for you.
Sure.
Who's your favorite character you've ever voiced?
Bender.
Very straightforward.
Yeah. No, there's no question. I get to insult people all the time, and they laugh about it. Just
Fair enough.
bite my shiny metal ass, and people are like, "Yeah, that's awesome."
Love that.
Yeah.
And what is your favorite Adventure Time season or voice role? No,
My
voice line.
Well, I'll tell you what. My favorite episode is Jake the Brick. I love that one. I love that one. That one and the one where Jake and Lady Rainicorn have babies, and then there's that one fox that's reading in the book. He's like, it says right here in this book that we can eat babies. It's really.
I love that one.
Yeah, there you go. See, there you go.
I know
Yeah.
exactly which one you're
Exactly.
talking about.
Yeah. So those are my 2 favorites. Yeah. I love those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now over this side.
Hi, John. I want to know, what was it like working on the video game Mad World?
Mad World was a lot of fun. I got to work with comedian Greg Proops on that show, and I mean on that video game. He does Whose Line Is It Anyway with Drew Carey and stuff like that. He's really, really funny. But we just riffed back and forth. All we had to do was make sure that any stuff in the game that we were supposed to be in charge of saying to the player, that's all we needed to make sure we got through. But everything else was just off the cuff, just and it was Wii's first. Remember the Wii game, WII, it was their first R-rated game. So we let everything fly. So it was pretty filthy and ridiculous. But there was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun recording that.
Thanks.
All right, sure.
Thank you. Back over here.
Hi. So I have 3 different questions for you. I'm very sorry in advance.
Okay.
So first of all, what was it like on the set of The Simpsons when you did the few episodes then?
Well, it's the same studio that we record Futurama in, so
I
it
mean,
wasn't
like-
really that big a deal, but it was great
Yeah.
to be on the show.
Because The Simpsons is one of the biggest.
Yeah, no, it's huge, but like, you know, we all know each other, so it was kind of cool. As a matter of fact, I have to work with Mr. Castellano. And that's that.
You just give the
Love it.
short and nerdy kind of vibe.
Nah, really? I get the short and
Yeah.
6'3". She's talking short, nerdy vibe. Sheesh. So, you have a third question?
No, not anymore.
Okay, all right.
It left the mind.
Yeah, there you go. It went out the door. Okay. All
Thank
right,
you very
thanks.
much.
Cheers.
All right, back over here.
Hello.
Hi.
Is there a character at all, in like any cartoon character that you haven't voiced that you would like to voice?
Batman, like I said, which would be a lot of fun. I'd love to do Batman. Love to do the Joker again. What was that? Joker was great. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. But Batman, yeah, Batman would be a lot of fun. Yeah. There you go. Cool.
Thank you. Now,
Got a little one right
I was gonna
here.
say we might need some help with the microphone with this.
Oh, somebody's gonna be nice
we
and
go.
hold her up.
Who are you in Super Mario Brothers?
I'm one of the uncles. I'm one of the uncles in the movie, and he's in the house, and they think he's eating dinner or something like that. What he's one of the uncles, huh? He talks like this. Hey, ma que cosa? Yeah, there you go. That's
Thank
it.
you. And yeah, seeing as you lifted her up so beautifully, you can ask your question now as well.
If you were to voice anyone else in Adventure Time, who would it be?
Ooh, Lumpy Space Princess. Oh my glob. Yeah, definitely. In fact, we were asked that same question in Seattle, and all of us were like, Lumpy Space Princess, hands down. Just so funny. I once saw a whole family cosplay Adventure Time, and they had a little baby about 9 months old. You've never seen anything cuter than a 9-month-old baby cosplaying Lumpy Space Princess. Oh my God. So good. So funny. But yeah, Lumpy Space Princess.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Actually, just on that, did you know that Adventure Time's been translated into Irish, into Gaelic?
Really?
Yeah. And actually, I know the guy who does the translation for Lumpy Space Princess. So that's
Oh,
what put it into my
wow.
head.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's cool, huh?
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, back over here.
First of all, John, appreciate you being here.
Oh, thanks,
Second
man.
of all, I have 2 questions. And third of all, sorry about screaming. I'm meant to be an angsty character from a Remedy game that turned into a Rockstar game.
Oh, okay. All right.
Max Payne.
No,
But,
there you go. Max Payne, right.
I
sure.
just wanted to ask, would you ever voice Joker again? And can you give anything away about what happened at the end of Futurama?
I totally voiced the Joker again, but at the end of Futurama, what the last?
Do you mean season 11?
The last episode, basically, like, is there anything you can kind of give away on what happens with Bender?
The boys. I like the boys. I like that's it's really like out there. Yeah, it's really out there.
So there's a spin-off for the boys called Gen Z. So it's a character that enters the figure of color.
Okay, well, I guess I gotta check that one out. Oh, well, you know, my wife is on a show called Hightown, which is on the Stars Network, which is a really good show. And she's wonderful at it, so I could pitch that. That's what I'd like to pitch. Hightown, check that out. Yeah, thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. We're going back on this side.
We popped out at the stall a couple hours ago. Sure. So, first I'd like to say you're one of my inspirations as I want to be a voice actor and done a variety of voices that I didn't even know that you did as a child. So, I have two questions. Sure. One.
And you're interested in going back into it again? And if so, what would be your kind of style of comedy? Would be something like that? No?
I'm just, you know, I'm just, I can't, I did comedy so long ago that I'm sure I would get on stage and just do something wrong and just get into trouble. But I don't know. It definitely would have a point of view of me being the age I'm at and not feeling the age I'm at, but still there, you know. And what I like and dislike about today, you know, as compared to where what I was from, you know, if I did. But I don't think it's a hard life. It's hard doing stand up every, you know, and then they say like literally like every show that you do, like it's like every game is an away game. You know, there's no home crowd. No, even if you are where you started and where you know, where like your home club, like where you did the most started your career, even there, it doesn't matter. You just, So it's a tough road. It's a tough business. So yeah.
That's fair enough. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Over here.
I really love what you did with Joker because, like, a lot of people kind of emulate Mark Hamill, which is great. But I think you brought like a really original kind of take to it.
Yeah, it was a deeper cut just because of the. I mean, you know, the opening scene. You guys have you guys seen Under the Red Hood? All right, spoiler alerts. It's like Joker just totally murders Robin in the beginning of the film, and it's the first scenes of the film. And that's where we started recording. So it was, it wasn't some goofy, you know, Joker, you know, it was a, you know, serial killer Joker, like really scary stuff. So I was lucky I had Andre Romano in the booth with me, a fantastic voice director, just one of the best ever. And yeah, so that was great. Yeah, I loved doing that. That was a trip.
And kind of like on an expansion of that, you said you'd love to do Batman. Would you be able to give like a sound of what your Batman?
I wouldn't know what I wouldn't know. I'd have to have script in front of me. I'd have to, you know, I'd have to know what was up in order to do something.
I hope to see you as Batman eventually.
That'd be huge. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
Me
yeah.
too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Yes. How's it going, man?
So, John, what were your favorite Bender moments in general?
Favorite Bender moments. Bender's up climbing up the side of the building with Fry. And you know, a la like Batman 66, you know, with the old Batman where they would climb up the side of the, and so it's Bender and Fry, and they go past the window, and Bender says, "Get a room, you two." And the people in the room go, "Well, we're in a room." And Bender says, "Well, then lose some weight." This is one of my favorite lines of all time. Bender's, yeah. And then the fart speech, the fathers against rude television, when he tells people to beat their kids. That's a pretty good one. I don't have that one down pat, but yeah, that's a hell of a speech right there. But there's been some funny stuff that he does. You know, the whole shitting a brick thing is pretty funny. I like that one. The dungeon. Oh, Titanius Anglesmith, Fancy Man of Cornwood. Absolutely, that was a good one too. Yeah, but you know, those are some of the ones that stand out.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Oh, you're welcome, John.
All right.
Thanks very much.
All right.
Thank you. Back over here.
Hi.
Hi.
Were there ever any times in the voice booth you got emotional recording lines as Jake the dog?
Yeah. Yes. As a matter of fact, the last day of recording, we had to sing the song "You and I Will Always Be Back Then." You and I will always be best friends. That was on the last day. It was like, yeah, it was heavy. And it was me and Olivia and Hinden, who's Princess Bubblegum. And the three of us, like, going in and out of the studio, and all of us just bawling, just bawling, it was really hard to sing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really hard to sing. I think he could, it took us a really long time to record these small parts, like, just like a couple of stanzas and a couple of choruses. It's brutal. We were just like ugly crying. It was unbelievable. But yeah, so I've shed some tears.
Oh, that sounds very emotional. Thank you very much.
All right, sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Back here.
Hey, John.
Hi.
I have to say, it's such a thrill to meet you. And as somebody who's just starting to break into the voice acting industry, you're definitely one of my heroes.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. I have two questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you've worked on lots of Mac Groening shows. You've worked on The Simpsons, Futurama, but also Disenchantment.
Yeah, sure.
What was your favorite line from all of the shows combined? Which one was the best to record?
Wow. You want to get that? I loved "Bite My Shiny Metal Axe." That was a.
What are you trying to make a jack out of me? And then there was the honking, which was, that was. And he's slowly losing his mind. But the best part about that is a little inside baseball. He was like, they were like, make some noise where he's freaking out, and I was sitting, that came to me. And they were like, that is the funniest, weirdest thing you've ever heard.
playing around. Anytime you get to say "mama" in a cartoon voice, that's always kind of silly. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now, last question.
Hello.
Hi.
I apologize. This is not a Futurama or Adventure Time question.
Uh-oh.
But you voiced two of the main characters in one of my favorite games, Final Fantasy X.
Sure. Thanks. Waka and Kimari.
That's it. Yeah. And I was just wondering, because that was one of the first dialogue-heavy games. What was it like recording for that? And did you come up with the voices on your own, or was it a more collaborative thing?
It was kind of a collaborative thing. I was told, he was kind of an islander, and so I immediately went with, kind of like a Hawaiian pidgin accent, which is legit, which is, hey brother, it's a totally legit accent, and so I tried to do that, and it kind of worked, we have good time there, brother. Blitz ball, so that's really what we came up with. And and the same guy that directed Princess Mononoke and all that stuff.
Oh, no way. I love your Ghibli performances.
Yeah, thank you. So that was, the same guy, Jack Fletcher, really wonderful voice director. Yeah, but So that's that.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Honestly, John, I feel like we could talk for hours and hours
We
and
could
hours.
chit-chat forever.
But unfortunately, we do have to call it here. But thank you
thank you so
much. You are, honest to God, one of our favorite guests. Because we've been
thank you.
dying to get you back here. And I'm
really
so glad
appreciate
that you
it.
made
Thank you.
Ladies
Thank
and
you,
gentlemen,
everybody,
please put your
for
hands together
coming.
for John DiMaggio!
Yay! I'll see you back at the table, I guess. Thank you so much, everybody.
And for all you Dungeons and Dragons fans and Baldur's Gate 3 fans, we are going to have a one-shot with Hellfire Tales right here on the main stage, coming soon.
Hello, everyone.
We're playing some D&D, yo.
And we're totally who you're here to see, aren't we?
Yeah.
The real stars of the show here.
Yeah. Real quick, we're Half Our Tales. We're a D&D and TTRPG performing group. We're here to play some D&D, but we are not alone. Of course, you all know this. We are so excited and delighted to introduce our very, very special guests from the Game of the Year, Theo Solomon and Deborah Wilds. Woo! Hey! Woo!
Welcome to the weirdest 45 minutes of your life.
I can imagine.
So yeah, Deborah, Theo, you don't know what D&D is really. Like you don't really have much experience with it, right?
Just one experience so far.
Okay, well, it's going to be nothing like that.
So, Deborah, you're going to be playing, a fighter, Lae'zel, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And you mostly don't need to worry about all these numbers on here. Because,
And I will not.
Yeah, because the main thing you're going to be doing is just bonking people on the head.
Absolutely.
That's it. And once per
Taking
game.
the piss out of
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Please.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for. Once per game, you can bonk somebody on the head twice. If you want to knock a weapon out of their hand, you can bonk them in the hand. And you can also choose to bonk two people in the head at the same time.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
Easy.
Yeah,
D&D is that easy, folks.
Yeah.
Easy. It really is that easy.
Hurt people and hurt me emotionally. That's all you need to do.
Be happy.
No,
to.
yeah.
Theo, you're a warlock.
I am indeed.
You see this Eldritch Blast here?
Yeah.
Do nothing but that all the time, okay?
Spam Eldritch Blast,
Yeah.
easy.
Meanwhile, we're going to have pages and pages of character sheets here.
Mm.
But that we'll worry about those.
You worry about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, we don't have much time. Let's just get right into
Let's
it.
get
you
into
know?
it.
Let's get with the violence.
Let's get with the violence. Woo! Actually, an incredibly, very, very quick note for anyone who's seen a Half Our Tale show before, and for maybe people who don't know D&D very well, most things are going to be done by a roll of a dice. And sometimes when we roll the die, a 1 comes up, and that's the worst thing that can happen. And everyone, if a 1 comes up, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh,
Aww.
It's very disappointing.
Yeah. But when a 20 comes up,
No! Stop!
D&D is a gentleman's game.
That is uncivilized behavior from you lot.
So when a 20 comes up, we're going to do a very polite golf clap. Can we get a very polite golf clap?
Oh, that's nice.
Per-
I like that.
Perfect. Feel that ripple over you?
I really felt the love there.
It's calming.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Maybe let's have Deborah and Theo introduce their characters real quick.
My name is Theo Solomon. I play Will Ravengard.
The Blade of Frontiers.
Yeah.
Woo! Let's go.
And I don't think I need any introduction. I'm Lae'zel, your favorite Githyanki.
Woo! Terrified. Please, someone save me.
I'm real glad I'm over here.
Jim and Ryan will get you in a second.
Okay.
Will Lae'zel, it is the morning time. And for some inexplicable reason, your traveling companion Tav has decided to leave you in camp today while they go and adventure around. Your other companions are doing chores, washing clothes, hunting, that kind of thing. And it's just the two of you in camp. And as you're kind of going about your morning routines, your morning rituals, you feel this waft of heat behind you, this like intense burning feeling that you guys are both intimately familiar with. These are the flames of hell itself behind you. And you turn around as this big gout of fire kind of dissipates. And you see just a man, just a normal looking man, like an insurance salesman from the 50s. You know, like there's like, you know, ill-fitting suit, kind of has like a brown leather suitcase. Everything about him is very normal, except his head is just completely on fire. What do you do?
Is he unfazed by the fire?
Oh, he's completely unfazed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just looking you up and down, and you see he kind of like refers his nose, and he's like, Will Ravengard, is it?
It is Will Ravengard, yes. And who are you?
Oh, well, my name, you can just refer to me as Second, if that's okay. I am the senior executive clerk of the numeration department.
I see.
Yes, who is your friend here?
I'm Lae'zel of Creche Kalir. And Will, is this one of yours? What's going on?
What do you mean this is one of
One
mine,
of
Lae'zel?
yours, one of your
You think I know
devil
about the
folk.
numeration department?
Yes,
Be quick, tell us what you need.
Look, as much as I love bureaucracy, of course, I do hate to barge into another devil's pact. However, your patron has assured me that you will be willing to help, and you feel this like sharp tug on your soul that you know too well. We have had a delivery that was supposed to arrive in hell, and instead there was 24 extra small t-shirts for something called alchemical romance. I don't understand. It was supposed to be a artifact of great power. At this point he clicks his fingers and two smaller hell circles open up, and you see.
Whoa! Are you Lae'zel? My name's Sid! Whoa!
What on earth are you?
I'm
And please
a
do
ranger!
stop fangirling. It's
Do you know
really
this man,
disgusting
Lae'zel?
behavior.
Do you know this man?
Do I know this man? Are you joking?
You're my
Raven?
hero! I have posters of you in my room! Oh my gosh, this is the best day of my life!
Well, you're certainly not mine. Would you
And
like to
we
tell us
also
who you
see-
are, or?
I am Sid. I am Ranger Extraordinaire, and I've been following everything that you do. You are so freaking cool, and I got myself my own great sword so I can be.
Oh, God. Please put that down before you give yourself a hernia. Christ alive.
Can't wait to fight beside you as your intern.
And on this side,
Absolutely not.
Hello there, Mr. Blade of the Frontiers. I'm Bren, and I would really like to be a Blade of the Frontiers when I grow up.
Hello, young man. You look like a strapping young lad, don't you?
I am. Look at this muscle.
Wow. Tickets to the gun show, I've got.
Exactly, yes. I've been working out all week, and I'm lucky enough to be your infern today.
My infern?
Yes, it's like an intern, but we come from hell.
Interesting. Well, I'm lucky to have you.
Thank you so much. Do you think we could do some cool combos, like where you kick a guy and then I kick a guy?
I'm sure you could kick a guy and I could kick a guy many times.
That sounds incredible. We can
Wait,
call
so
it...
can we do a combo?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
She's a bit
Will,
scary.
I'm not too
You'll
sure.
get
Do we
used to
really
her.
need to bring these two interns along?
Are you sure?
I don't know.
I mean,
They look
4 is always better than 2, and
they look rather useless, but I shall leave the decision up to you.
And we are contractually bound to come with you.
well,
Oh yeah, there's that part.
Yes, I am afraid it is very much Section I of your pact. I'm sorry to inform.
well, I guess we're going on an adventure.
I can't wait.
Me either.
With a click of his fingers, again, this large ring of fire surrounds you all, and you hear kind of echoing in your ears as you, just before you get teleported, Second saying, the delivery docket was addressed to a hot topic. Just as these fires go around, and you find yourself in, it's a mall. There's no other way to describe it. You're in a mall. And you're in this mall, and you hear all this chanting going around. Can you please make perception checks? And let's do our first roll of the game.
Ooh.
So to make a
What do I roll
perception
now?
check,
This
guys,
one?
you're going to
Yeah.
take your D20, and you're going to roll it, and then you should have a perception score on your sheet, and you tell me what the total is.
Wait, which one is
It's
it?
okay.
It's okay. You were busy looking at how cool I am, right?
Is that a 3?
That's a 3.
That's disgusting.
I mean, I didn't do much better. I'm not gonna lie.
This is where I usually lie to.
I mean, that's a 20 when you look at it. Or an M.
Yes, that sounds much better. I'm starting to like you much more already.
Okay, did anyone get over a 10?
I did.
Okay.
I haven't even rolled.
Is it you the only one?
I think so.
Okay.
I have a 16.
Okay, nice. 16 is pretty good.
See, Lazel, I have eyes.
No, you don't. Your enthusiasm is simply disappointing.
Disappointing.
You so the other 3 of you are kind of very much caught up in the bickering. But Sid, in your enthusiasm to impress Lazel and Will, these 2 seasoned heroes and adventurers, your head's on the swivel. You're trying to, this is like a wilderness of a different kind than you're used to as a ranger. The depths of the mall, and you see in the distance.
That was my chosen territory.
Mall. You see a shop in the background that says Hot Topic, and in front of said shop there is this like almost like a picket line, and you see all of these middle-aged women walking around chanting, and they all are saying things like family tree yay, dead 3 nay, family tree yay, dead 3 nay. And they seem to be just like, you see a little sign that says like, children deserve bright futures, not dark gods. This is the situation you see unfolding in front of you. What would you like to do?
How many of these women can we see?
Dozens. There's probably
Dozens?
this is a full like housing association just really up in arms about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I would like to talk to one of these individuals and ask them why they're making all this ungodly noise.
This is the most godly noise, I'll have you know. The ungodly things are happening in there. You would not believe these youths running around calling themselves the Black Parade, doing all sorts of dark rituals, causing all sorts of ruckus, and it's all because of this shop.
What is this shop?
A den of debauchery and sin.
And you would like to achieve what exactly? Because I'm hearing this and I want to hear this.
Well, we are doing our best to stand up for our children and make sure that no evil comes into the world.
What exactly have they been doing to your children?
Do you know how expensive black dye is? There's so many black clothes. My eyeliner bill is through the roof. I can't go. The amount I've spent on hair dye alone this month is uncanny.
I mean, do you think they're overreacting, Lazel?
I think just a touch.
Just
a
touch?
Dylan, are you sending us to bully goths?
Yes, this is our childhood.
I don't know how I feel about being on the other side of this situation.
Yeah, Lazel, you continue to like berate them. She's kind of like, well, are you going to do it? Are you going to join the picket? I have a spare sign?
Absolutely not. I happen to like black eyeliner and dark clothes, so absolutely not.
She kind of looks you up and down at this moment, and she's like, "Oh yeah, are you aligned with that awful man?"
Which awful man?
His name, he appears as if he's a wraith. I think his name is Gerard.
I'm unfamiliar with
Gerard's wraith, no?
It's Gerard. But do tell me more.
Well,
please.
Look, it all started a couple of days ago. My daughter worked in there, and she apparently this box came, and she was on the opening shift, and she was unpacking everything. But instead of all the shirts that she was supposed to pack up, there's a book. An evil, God's forsaken book of vile darkness.
Sorry, just to interject. Will, I think that might be the box we're looking for.
How sure are you of this?
Evil, did you say?
unspeakably. It sent my dear daughter into a frenzy, and she was, she'd be, no, I can't even think of it.
And when did you last see Jared?
Well, Jared, him and his black beret, they hang out in this abandoned temple on the outskirts of town, drinking and listening to devil's music.
And what did you do with this evil book?
Well, we didn't do anything. Well, we're doing exactly what we should be doing. We are forming an alliance of concerned mothers and parents, and we are ensuring that no one else, who knows what other evils are in this, but my daughter, anyway, she left. She's been dating Jared.
Oh.
Yes, we are not happy about it. And yes, she said, this is the perfect thing. This is exactly what he's been looking for. See, the thing about Jared is, he's so obsessed with being able to defend people. He wants to, defeat them, the demons, the non-believers. He wants to be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned.
You know so many of these lyrics. I'm impressed.
I
You can just tell when Dill is working up to a bit. So Lae'zel, I definitely think that we should go into this hot topic, but I'm a little frightened because there's all these teenagers, and teenagers scare the living shit out of me.
Of course they do. Why am I not surprised? But I tell you what, I think a baptism of fire is what you need. So get yourself in there and let's get going and investigate a little further.
Okay.
You
I can do
first.
it. Oh God.
Go
You got
on.
this, buddy.
So I hesitantly
So I
start.
shove him through the door.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roll. I just fall
I'd
face
like
first.
to roll an athletics check.
Yes, you do. Let's roll an athletics check.
I don't know what to do now.
This one.
And I'm going to say you can roll this with advantage as he is taken by surprise. So you're going to roll twice and take the highest.
Yeah.
What happens if I succeed? Do I get to throw him in there?
Well, tell you what, you roll. We'll
And-
see how
great.
high it is, and then maybe I'll just let you decide what happens.
It's a classic 12.
Okay, a 12's not bad.
Oh.
So 15.
15.
15's pretty
15's very
good.
good.
15's pretty good. Deborah, tell me what this looks like as you push this innocent child.
Oh, there'll be no pushing. Innocent child? I think not. I kick him into the shop.
Yes, in
Into
front of
the
the shop.
shop.
Yeah.
He breaks down the door with his body weight, and that is how we gain entrance into the establishment.
How much damage am I taking for this, Dylan?
Tell you what, roll just one of your d6 there, and you add your strength modifier. What's Will and Bren doing in this moment?
I'm wondering whether or not to follow Lae'zel inside and.
Why not, Will? I thought we were a team. I thought we were allies.
I'm just keeping check outside whether or not
Yes,
anybody
yes.
comes, from the flanks. Just keeping
Too
it calm,
scared, are
Lae'zel.
you?
Too scared?
Too scared?
The
to follow
Blade of
me
the
inside?
Frontiers would
The Blade of
never be
Frontiers is
scared of
not
a hot
scared.
topic.
No, after Lae'zel said that, I'm going to come inside as well. I'm not
Okay.
crazy. My pride can't get hurt like that.
Deborah, I would like to say thank you for rolling max damage on me.
You're very welcome.
So what do I see as my face bashes through the glass doors?
Yeah, you
Hot topic.
You smash through this hot topic. The workers haven't been able to get in, and so it's kind of eerily silent. You walk in, there's kind of like all of these, monuments and flags and banners and t-shirts to like all of the dark evil gods of the Forgotten Realms. Bane, Baal, the other one.
Marilyn.
Yeah. And yeah, you're in this store and it looks quite devoid of anything, but there is like a staff entrance just at the back. But yeah, you go, tell you what, everyone can give me either Arcana or Insight checks as you're kind of like, you're getting this strange sensation, particularly you, Will, as you're approaching, your your warlock powers, you're quite sensitive to magic, particularly infernal magic. So I want you to give me an Arcana check with advantage, and the rest of you guys can give me Insight, which is kind of like getting a read on people, Deborah, or Arcana, which is like the knowledge of the arcane. So maybe
I'd
Insight.
like to roll again because I just rolled the Arcana check, and I will now roll the Insight check. and
yes,
hope
you're-
that it is a little bit higher than
You already know how
to.
to do live shows the right way.
There you go. Oh, that was my very first roll, and it's an 18.
Nice.
Thank you.
What did Will get?
I got an 11.
11. Okay, and did you add your? Is that what
I
your?
added.
That's all.
Yeah.
And with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't make sense of this magic. You feel magic, but you don't understand it. It is ancient. It is with an level. With an 11, you know it's evil. You feel just wrongness emanating from this back room. With an 18, you're picking up on that same kind of just like sense of wrongness, something that is just inherently evil. And with an 18, I think whatever is happening behind this door needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped in about 15 minutes.
Fantastic. I say we charge in there.
Lady Lazel,
Swords
here is your sword.
blazing. And we see who's behind this door. And that's for you. Give me that. And we charge. That's a mighty big sword.
Why is this one
We
heavier?
charge in there. We charge in there, and whatever happens. Are you ready, Will?
I don't think we should charge in. I think we should stealthily enter the room because it
would you like to-
You're a coward.
Coward?
Sorry.
Come and say that to my face, young
I am
man.
holding an incredibly large sword in my hand,
I thought that
Sid,
was
and
what-
we've only met around
Lae'zel,
5
control
minutes
him.
ago.
I thought that's what we were doing. I thought we were
So
being tough.
please, just shut up.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I may
Sorry.
not like the Duke, Will, whatever his name is. I've known him long enough. I should probably know. But he's been a good friend to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you, well, can't say the same.
Oh.
Do you think we could be good friends?
So, are we
We could be
charging in
best
there,
friends.
or are we
Nah,
hanging
we're going
around?
to stealthily go in.
Stealthily.
We're not going to charge in.
No.
We're going to
Are we going to roll some stealth checks?
You're gonna roll some stealth checks. Yeah.
Do you want to sit here? You're
I'd
doing a
love
really
to.
good job. Yeah, let's all roll some stealth checks.
Don't know which dice it is.
Is that
There
same
we
one?
go.
Yeah.
Pretty much always that one unless you're swinging your sword.
Oh, okay.
And as you're kind of like
Come on, 20.
approaching this door, the staff door, you're hearing like faint chanting from inside. Very different chanting that was happening from outside. This is a more demonic tone to it. What's everyone's stealth checks?
I got 15 in total.
I got a 16.
16? Nice.
16.
As I go flying through the door and everything, I'm not very stealthy, so I got a 7.
Okay. You, Sid, just so scared of how you've really upset the Blade
gonna
of
cry.
Frontiers.
I just want you to know, by the way, Theo, that hurt me to say to you, so I'm sorry.
It's all good.
You crash into this room, Sid. In this back room, there is an unholy ritual taking place. You see Jared Wraith in this kind of like misty wraith form, standing there reading from this book of vile darkness. There are 4 like jars set up in the corner as he's chanting. And you see that there are 2 other just like, they're goths. They're just little goth kids in the corner. Be like, we love you, Jared. We love you. And they all glance over to you as you barge into the room. It's time to roll initiative.
Yay! Still the same dice.
Yeah. Still the same dice. Was that a good or a bad?
May I roll again? How many times does one get to roll in this game? I would not like to say.
It means you're number one.
Go on, tell us.
I'm starting to like you already, Sid.
Okay, so initiative. What did we get? Did anyone get over like a 15? Yes.
17.
17 and?
Show off.
17 as well.
Okay.
We're just so in sync.
16 on this side.
Nice. Okay, so we'll have both of you act at the same time. Then it's going to be Sid. Lae'zel,
I
you're
know.
way at the bottom, I'm afraid.
The best one usually goes last, just to sort out the mess that this lot have made.
But at the top of the round, you hear this demonic chanting. And you hear in a deep voice, Cum essen porlus, pater meum orbum, raput ut cohortem viderum.
Is that? Yeah.
Did you? No.
Did you learn actual
It
Latin?
is just let them.
I learned actual Latin. Yeah.
What is that? Good job.
Thank you.
Ruddy mysterious.
Yeah.
And you see, as that happens, one of these jars splits, and this like ghostly essence goes into him, like seemingly empowering him. He's getting stronger as this ritual is continuing. But before anything can happen else, it is our two best buds over here. You see the two kind of goths haven't had a chance yet, but they are taking out small like ritual daggers, ready to like rush and get you. There's like one going for your group, one going for your group, and Jared Wright's kind of just in the middle chanting. What do you do?
Could this be the chance for our wombo combo?
This could be the chance for our wombo combo.
Here we go.
Okay.
I'm going to roll in there, kick him real high up in the air, and you nail him with an Eldritch Blast.
That makes sense. Okay, you distract them. You'll be fine, don't worry. I'm right behind you.
I trust you implicitly. I charge at the goth.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so this goth is kind of in between you and Gerard. You're going to need to get past them to get to him.
So, okay, so do you want a clear shot at Gerard?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Leave it to me, sir. Bren is going to front flip at the goth and try and kick him out of the way.
Make an attack roll.
Watch me fail live on stage. How do you feel about giving me advantage on that? Because I'm jumping out of the shadows.
What do we think about giving an advantage on this? The crowd say yes.
Thank you so much. It's slightly better. That is a 15 to hit.
15's going to hit. Yeah, you run in, do a front flip kick.
Yeah, what I want to do is I'm trying to impress Will.
Yes.
I also want to be a Blade of the Frontier. So I'm going to front flip out of the shadows, land in a baseball slide, and then I'm going to kick him from underneath so he goes up in the air using bonus action flurry of blows.
Yeah, cool. Make your flurry of blows attacks. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
The dice don't, apparently.
Yeah. So I front flip out of the shadows. I go, hey, Will, watch this. Immediately faceplant.
Unfortunately, this goth is still in front of you, kind of branding this knife, and he's like,
Save me!
You're not going to defeat our Dark Master.
I'm going to save my young friend. I'm going to go for the goth.
Okay, go for it. Roll an attack roll.
Give him
What,
all
are
you've
you
got.
attacking? Are you using your Eldritch Blast? Or are you using your rapier? What?
I'm going to use my... I'm going to use my rapier here.
Yeah, nice. Okay, go
Yeah.
for it. So you withdraw your sword, rush forward, make your attack roll.
This guy. Oh, yes.
15.
On the dice?
Yep, so
yeah,
it's a
nice.
17.
That hits. Roll your damage. Your sword kind of pierces in, and they're like, I don't like that.
That's maximum damage.
Woo! What's
Yeah.
What's that in total? 8. Okay, yeah. You see, like, you fully just pierce through this this guy's shoulder, and they're like, Jared, you didn't say this was going to be sore. And he kind of just like stops fighting and sits down.
Cries in the corner.
Just cries in the corner. The other one's still alive. It's not quite acting yet, but it is also in front of you, you two? What do you do, Sid?
So I'm clearly sitting there, or sitting there thinking to myself, oh, Lady Lazelle is absolutely standing back purposely so she can see, what I can do. This is my chance to impress her. So I'm gonna run forward with this great sword that I'm not proficient with.
Yeah.
That is actually an 18 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
Impressive.
Nerd. But with a -1 to damage, that is 3 points of damage. So I absolutely run up there. I've managed to get it up in the air. And it falls forward with me as well.
Yeah.
Into them.
You slightly graze this Goth's arm, and they're like, "Oh, my tattoos."
How to really hurt a Goth.
And so it this Goth turns to you, and they're like, for our Dark Master, and tries to just give you a cheeky little stab. That's a 19 on the die.
I'm already hurt.
You take 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then Lazelle. Oh, sorry, no. Yes, Lazelle, it's your turn.
I would like to, of course, go for Jared.
Yeah.
What's his name? Seeing as we're all going for the easy pickings and you're all waiting for me to obviously take out the main guy. So I suppose I shall have to step up and use my great sword. Well, first I shall jump. Can I jump?
Yeah, of course you can
over
jump.
to where Jared is?
Give me an athletics check, please.
Oh, I would love to. This dice.
That's the one.
I'll get it in the end. That's a 20!
Hey! Hey. Polite golf cops, everyone. Thank you. With you.
Please
And I would like to jump on his head.
Yes. Mario stomp.
Lazelle, you channel all of the psionic energies from your Githyanki heritage. You channel into this mighty jump, leaping clean over these lesser fights that are happening, going straight for the head. You are flying through the air. Give me an attack with advantage now, because you are absolutely just perfectly outmaneuvering everyone here.
It's a 50.
Okay, nice.
That's a dirty 20.
Oh, what
Nice.
can I say?
That's definitely going to hit. Roll your damage. So you're going to roll your 2d6. You also have fancy abilities that you can do if you wanted to try to disarm him. He's got this book in his hand, or you can try.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to disarm. Oh. I would like to disarm.
Nice.
Yes.
Go for it.
And then you also roll this as well.
I'm confused.
So what you've done here is
Maths makes a mockery of us all.
How much have I done?
So that's 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage is pretty good.
Great. How much damage has he gotten? I mean, how much has he got in total that we have to do to get rid of him?
You kind of your body is full of this psionic energy that you've just used to jump. And kind of through this channeling of energy, you kind of see a health bar kind of dip down.
Yes, yeah, great. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Yes.
And now you need to make a strength saving throw, don't you?
I did, and I didn't do well. And you see, he drops his book, and he looks really, really panicked.
I played Baldur's Gate. Now you pick up his weapon, and then
he's very hurt, but he is still alive.
so now you're going to.
And he
Yes. Hold on. I would like to use my action surge, please, sir.
Yes, go for it.
Which dice is it?
Now you're hit him again.
Oh, fantastic. I shall hit him again with my great sword. That's what I will do. Oh.
That's good.
Do I add any of these? +5. Fantastic. It's a 17.
17 is also going to hit. Roll the damage again.
That's just these two.
You see that you've just jumped over and you're absolutely going haywire with your massive greatsword, cutting into him. You see that his spectral form, his wraith form that he's in is slowly starting to dissipate and going to lose a lot of energy. This health bar is getting lower and lower. He's desperately trying to remember the next words in his chant. And he says Dixit, Fili cum adolaveris, Salvator futurus es fractorum, fabulatorum, a damnatorum.
What is this?
What are you doing, Dylan?
Are you
really
just been
casting a
taking, like,
spell?
Latin courses?
Hey, what I do in my free time is my own business, okay?
The rest of us are playing Baldur's Gate. Like.
And you see that another one of these jars breaks.
Would you like to just factor in my damage that I've done to you?
Yes, sorry,
Thank
I do.
you.
I do. I was trying to keep the narrative going, but yeah.
Oh, sure, of course.
Punish me,
Please
come
go
on.
ahead. It was this one's fault.
It often is. How much damage did you do on the second run?
We did an 11, I believe, with the advantage.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. That health bar is getting
bar.
lower and lower. He is struggling now. He's like trying to like pick up this book that he's lost. You see that this, when he finishes that second phrase, a second jar cracks, releasing this necrotic energy that goes in, healing him up a little bit more. What are you two doing?
Okay, so
What should I do? I'm really scared now.
don't worry, don't be scared, don't be frightened.
Okay.
So Jared is distracted right
so
now.
nice to each other.
So what I want you to do is vault me into the air.
You want me to throw you?
Throw me into the air whilst he's not looking.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to Eldritch blast him from above.
I want my combo. I love it.
Let's do it.
I gotta roll athletics on this one, yeah?
Yeah.
That's a 19.
You plant your leg firmly into like you're a monk. You go into like a real like Shaolin monk stance, giving Will such a firm like launch pad. Will, you run up, jump into the air, kind of get launched up a bit, make an attack roll with advantage because that's cool.
The DM
Roll
rule
again,
of
roll
cool.
again.
Hey, if it's cool, you gotta reward it. You
Really
know?
cool.
I agree.
20.
I feel like we should shout for this one. Do it. Dylan be down. Yeah!
Let's go.
Fine. Yeah, you crit. So you're going to roll your damage and you're going to double it. So he's distracted. Lae'zel is in his face, cutting his wraith form up. He's being healed, but you summon this Eldritch Blast, powering it into him. How much damage did you do?
24 damage. Jeez.
Will, I truly underestimated you.
This is where we watch the DM go, oh, added 0 to the health
The
point.
head is wider than the sword. He is just this. The sword had been doing a lot of kind of damage, but like you had seen like the wisps of his wraith form kind of like slowly kind of reforming after each of your strikes. However, this Eldritch Blast has like entered the core of him, and you see like the energy of your blast just like rippling through him. He looks incredibly weakened. It is. That's your guys, Sid. It's you, but you still have this goth in front of you. And he's like, my Dark Master, what are they doing to you?
So it's just this goth teenager in front of me, and I'm just this teenage kid as well.
Yeah.
And
Now's
we
the
both kind of
time,
scraped
Sid.
at each other.
And he's like, it's a girl, and she's like, my name's Helena.
Hey,
That's for all the elder emos out there.
hey, my name's Sid. I like your tattoos.
Oh, God. We're in the middle of a battle, you imbecile. What are you doing?
He does this every time.
Oh.
It was better until you cut it off. Are you gonna like fix that? Can you like cure me or something?
Yeah, I've got this health potion. Like,
What on
That'd be
earth
so
are you
nice.
do you want to like maybe go get ice cream in the mall?
I'm a Rocky Road girl. What's your favorite?
Oh, I like cookies and cream.
Oh my God, we're so similar.
Why does our podcast always divulge into us flirting with each other, Dylan?
So Sid and Helena just leave.
Fantastic.
Hey, I took one out of the fight.
Just as useless as I thought he would be. Hey! No sympathy needed. He abandoned us in our moment of need.
I am going to cry tonight.
Lae'zel,
Yes.
it is your turn though.
Yes, it will be my turn because somebody just decided to F off and leave.
You have just seen your companions who are actually useful in a fight.
Yes.
Helping. Will has summoned this eldritch energy and blasted at Jared. You're in front of this wraith. What do you do?
I'm going to swing my great sword and use a sweeping attack. Are there 2 enemies left?
He's almost 2 people at this stage. He's been kind of knocking
Right.
off, so sure.
Go on then. I just want to use all my special powers and things that I have. So I'd like to use a sweeping attack with my great sword. I will take this one. And sure, okay.
There's a secret that we use in live shows, and that is when it lands like this, we go.
And I just pretend I don't see it.
It's a 15, of course. I thought it was a 1, but I didn't see the 5. Yeah, great.
You're ready for live shows.
Roll your damage. You're slashing into him.
Since he said the same person, but somehow separate.
Whatever.
That's a real great read on that ability.
Nice.
And he's like struggling. I want to get my Latin out here, guys. Okay, so he's struggling to remain. Et dixis es num quid expugnabis eos demonia tua et omnes infidelis qui consider tua fecerunt.
Are we being cursed?
I feel like we're being cursed.
And this second to last
Still
jar
don't want to know the
breaks.
damage ever.
I was letting her do the maths. Deborah, what damage did you roll?
It's a 13.
And you see that you've somehow cloven him into 2, and his voice is like splitting between these 2 corporeal bodies. He's almost at death's door. What happens here?
What do we do?
We're going to finish him off, Brad. We're going to finish him off.
Yes.
With
Lae'zel, you're in the front of this. What does it look like as Lae'zel and Will are kind of like giving the final blows to this wraith?
I'm doing probably pretty much what is in that picture up there.
Nice. Will, what are you doing? How are you putting an end to this wraith?
I'm going to use my rapier because if you provoke the blade, you suffer his sting.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay. Both of you've kind of landed there now. You land superhero pose. You see Lae'zel rushing in with her great sword, rushing off. Your other companion is just gone somewhere, you don't know. Brenna's behind you after kind of lifting you up. You take out the rapier. You split one half of the wraith. Lae'zel, you skewer the other. Its form, even though it's being healed by this magic, can no longer take it, and he disappears. And you've successfully saved the day. You scoop up this book of vile darkness. Second appears, Ring of Fire, brings you back, and says, "Thank you." And this has been all for Heartfire Tales, and with Deborah Wild and Theo Solomon. Thank you so much for playing with us, guys.
And Sid is there and goes, "I got you some ice cream." Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Aaron. That's all the time we have.
See you guys.
Cheers.
You're absolutely great. So this was very fun.
Very, very fun.
Amazing.
Yeah, thank you. That is it. We're Heartfire Tales. I mean, please introduce yourselves. Tell them anything cool about yourselves, maybe.
We're in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, and it's a great game. If you haven't played it, go play it.
You should really play it. I loved doing this again because I feel like much more confident doing it now because we've done it.
You go right into the swing of
second
it.
time around. It's a
Yeah.
lot more like we can enjoy it. I don't know. I had a great time.
In our calls
Yeah,
before this,
really
she was like,
fun.
"I have no idea how to play," and then she's like,
Yeah.
stealth rolls."
Yeah. You guys were like, oh, like we've never played D&D before, and then you just play like the best game of D&D ever.
Thank you so much to all of you out here for coming and watching. We've been Heartfire Tales. As I said, we're a podcast. We're a streaming group. Find us wherever you get your podcasts. And
if you did enjoy this, we have another live show in April.
They won't be with us, unfortunately.
Yeah. In spirit, I'm sure.
Yeah,
of course.
But
enjoy the rest of the con, and we'll see you guys around.
Stay dangerous.
Was it?
Sorry.
Here.